Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for, well, what is it? Monday, April the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator. Okay, one moment, guys. I'm getting some feedback here, so just give me a moment. All right, back again. Ha. Well, I had it all planned out. I was gonna say, guys, did you read that news about the US dollar going to be replaced by Bitcoin by the end of the week? But then I had some feedback problems, so I'll have to wait till next April Fools. Anyway, guys, so you can hear me and see my screen. I'm assuming everything's cool. Well, what is happening this morning? So, first of all, the trade of the week is Zeta. Zeta. Zeta is the trade of the week and considered live above 1111. So, what is that price right there? It's probably 1111. Yeah. So, that's why. So, above 1111 is considered, I mean, you don't have to take the trade, of course. How you trade it, if you trade it, will be completely up to you. Now, Vista, VSTE, VSTE. So big gap up. I'm trying to see the reason. I can't see any reason for this one. Lots of volume too. It almost looks like well, it's not a buyout. No, it's a flatlining. So I'm trying to see some news on this one. I can't really see any news for VSTE. And if you look here, yeah, lifetime looks like the lifetime high is up here around 14. So this is approaching that lifetime high. SGRP. Is it still hanging in there? Yeah, SGRP still hanging in there. Yeah, a lot of volume also. This is April. Okay, it released earnings before the market opened, SGRP, and they sold their interest in South Africa and Brazil. MESO, MESO guys, MESO still doing really well from last week. MESO had a big move last week, of course, went from two to closed at around a little over $5 last week. Still making the move this morning. And when you look left on the weekly chart, you'll see that 867 or so is the next high. So that is still has room. It still has room on the weekly chart anyway. MESO. Ballard, man, I haven't seen Ballard for a long time. Those of you who can remember way back, I think in the late 80s, these were this was the company, Canadian company, trying to create a battery for, well, battery for cars. I know they had a deal. I think it was either Mercedes-Benz or BMW put a lot of money into them. Didn't work out. Anyway, here we are, Ballard, $54 million of additional funding support. SMTC, SMTC, I saw it somewhere. Yeah, so SMTC, another one that had a strong week, started the week at around 22.50, closed the week at around 27, so a $5 move for SMTC, and coming into maybe some resistance right around the 30 area on the weekly chart. And again, I'm trying to see. So Hallam has upgraded them with a buy and a target of 36. Okay, that is the SMTC. Look what happened to 3M, guys. Now, it's funny. A lot of times when the settlement is finally kind of over and past them, not just them, but other companies, it's not typical what happens. But anyway, The $12.5 billion settlement to address the forever chemicals in drinking water receives final court approval. So that saga, I guess, is over for 3M. But look, just got absolute. I mean, this was not news as far as I know. I mean, they knew it was happening. I think the 12 and a half was about. Maybe that's it. Maybe it was more than they thought. Anyway, there's 3M. Going to just hammer down on that news today. And when you look at the weekly chart, 90, like 90 and a half, so say between 90 and 90 and a half might be good support for 3M. Okay. Meanwhile, iron is getting hammered. Iron, IRON, yeah, down 63% now. It's funny because the initial headline, I'll bet you any, yeah, met the main goal. Like, so when you read this, you think, okay, the mid-stage study of its drug met the main goal. So you think, okay, that's cool. However, anytime there's a but the endpoint did not meet statistical significance, etc. That's the key word, guys. So but is well, look at this. $60 down to 23. Whoa. Basically, basically, JJ. Yeah, I mean, this just pre-market act was up, pre-market act was down. It's one of the two of the ones I'm sharing on my homepage. So yeah, look at iron. Man, oh man. Not yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but that is just getting kicked. The other one that's doing not badly, guys, is the DXYZ. Let me see if I can still find it here. Yeah, it's up 12.8%. Yeah, I mean this held its gains, closed up here around 25 on Friday. A little chop around action after hours, and then this morning a nice move, and that is the DXYZ. Yeah, CXAI. I am hearing it in my gap ups. First, let's take a look at CRGY also. So, of course, they do. So, they announced a partnership with Google Cloud for acceleration of the deployment of the CXAI platform. If you phone Google right now, they go, who? But anyway, that's the news. CXAI, that is the news. And then we have CXRGY, sorry, CRGY. For some reason, I had it on a price alert. Yeah, I can kind of see why. It would probably, excuse me, you probably have to take up about the 1220 level. Interesting. A lot of shares available, excuse me, for me to short CXAI. I mean, it's kind of fluffy, guys, fluffy news release, but put AI and Google in the same press release, and this is what can happen. Now, it got right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, right into it. The 200-day moving average is 339, and that might stall it if it can take. And you can see in the weekly chart, that's almost exactly where on the weekly chart, there's a little more resistance right around the 350 mark. So between the 200-day at 339 and 350, that could be a resistance area. If it does somehow get through all that, it has a lot of room. All right, guys, I don't see any posts about sound cutting in and out. So I guess everything's cool sound-wise this morning. Thank you, Pepe. Well, it's the new mic. Also, I am trying the new mic. The Elgato. How could I resist the Elgato, the cat? All right, guys. The good old days, Jay. Nothing like the good old days. Well, depending on how far back you want to go. Guys, look at CXAI. Really big level right here. That 350 level. Really big. Will that stall it? It's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Thank you, guys, in YouTube. Thank you. Cat scratch fever. Absolutely. Well, if I only got it once a year, I'd still keep my cat. So this MCAF, let me take a look at MCAF. I think this is under a dollar. Oh, it isn't under a dollar. Oh no, this is an acquisition. That's a SPAC. That's why I didn't really want to talk about it. So there's that's a SPAC. Guts, 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 moving down 21%. It's another earnings play. Should have mentioned that. Guts, an E gap down, as I call it, earnings play. So this is all-time low now. Guts. And let's see. Canopy, guys, weakening a little bit this morning. CGC, Canopy weakening this morning. At the beginning, at 8 o'clock Eastern, or sorry, 4 o'clock Eastern time, it had moved up a little bit. It closed in the we're closing around the 870 mark on Friday. On Thursday. Got up to about 890, but since then it's been sliding. XLO. This is another one that was super active on. Yeah, it was actually only on Friday. Super active. I mean, it got up to 192 and closed way down here at a dollar, a little over a dollar. There's the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, that blue line. So it still is below that, but it is trying to come back. I mean, it's up 26%. But again, look what it did pre-market. It got up to 173 and right back down to 136. Hard to have a lot of confidence. Where do I find that window on your right? Are you talking about the single stock window? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. S Jika? Jicha? You're talking about the single stock window with some data? So I'm sharing this, okay, and you can have it. Let me just put my homepage link. Give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to down to the middle section, excuse me. Oops, a little too far there. My scans are right here. Click here. And somebody asked also about is this a pre-market active down basically a flip of this one? Yeah, the pre-market active up and down. Here they are right there. Okay. Now this is in the tree map format. Okay. But anyway, you're looking for my single stock window and it is right there. Okay. Oh no, the ones with the large icons. You're talking about this is just a chart. It's just a chart. You can, I mean, this is the daily chart, a 15-minute chart, a weekly chart. You can create, these are the time frames that I like. If I thought you meant the single stock window. They're just charts. So, I mean, I'm not sharing the charts. I mean, we're just, you can create your own charts and with your own time frames, of course. All right, guys, what time is it now? About 15 minutes before the open. So the SPY, we're in for a mildly positive open. Let me click on from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new, and then docked channel bar. Scroll down a bit to the show more, sector status. So what you're going to see here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 90% in green, 90.91% in green, that means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Thursday's close. Remember, Friday was a market holiday, so above Thursday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So obviously, energy pretty strong as we start. Consumer staples pretty strong. Even technology pretty strong. But again, these that percent, that doesn't mean that all the stocks are ripping. Okay, all it means is that for a stock to be in the green, it could be just literally 0.0001% above the previous day's close. So it doesn't mean they're all ripping, but it is a bit of a sign that certainly, as we speak, energy stocks are in favor. And the other thing I want to look at is XLU. I can't remember what the market did actually on Thursday. XLU. Okay, wow. So XLU moving away from that 200-day moving average. That was the only major sector really in jeopardy, but it is moving away still. Okay, so well, you can click the hearts. The heart will create a favorite. The easiest thing. So all you have to do is load an AI symbol that you want in the chart, and then click the heart, and that'll be in your favorites list. Remember, the favorite list is automatically created for you, and then you have to attach that list to a symbol list or to a top list window or an alert window. For more detail on that, I can't really go into it right now, Tim. As the market is just getting set to open, but in our guide, so if you scroll down from my homepage, click on my homepage link, get to the education section, and then the user guide. So a couple of things. I mean, you can create your own symbol list right here. It's called a watch list. Okay. And I want to see if the liked is even a section here. Okay. I guess there's not a, but the watch list in this section here, it may go over the like. And when you click on a heart, it goes into a watch list that we have automatically created for you called My Liked. Okay. Otherwise, you can just create your own watch list, give it a name, okay, and then put those symbols in. This in the guide, it'll be all covered, okay. But listen, give me maybe 45 minutes after the open. If you still want to, I can demonstrate on the screen how to do it. Okay. Is there a keyboard shortcut on TI to change a symbol? Not really. Well, I don't know if this is. I mean, for me to change the symbol. So if I have XLU here, first thing I do, I just left click on the chart. So Trade Ideas knows what chart I want to be in. Okay, and then I just start to type. When I start to type, now this is the old chart, but it's basically the same. I'm going to get to one. I'm going to get to one to the HTML charts also when I start. What time is it now? 9:19. But if you have the old chart, when you just start typing, the box will pop up. Okay. And then you just click on change or hit enter on your keyboard and it'll change to the symbol. So I don't know. I mean, it's really just one step. Oh, I see. On here. Well, this all you have to do is link it, though. I mean, to me, the reason why you would want to see any of the information is because you have clicked on a symbol, right? You've clicked on a symbol, and you see how it automatically loads. Now, are you talking about now you want to? I mean, all you have to do is make sure it's linked to a chart. So just type, like, put any symbol in the chart, and it'll change here, if that's what you mean. Do I have any idea why VSTE is not showing up on your pre-market? I have no idea because I don't have your list. Okay. If you right click, configure on mine anyway, let's just take a look. I only have a 10,000 shares. So it's hard that can't be it. 3% from the close. That probably is not it. Price is 50 cents. The only other thing could be this. If I right click on time frame and go to record count, I've got 100. What do you have? Or are you talking about in an alert window, Larry? Or are you talking about your pre-market actives up? Are you talking about looking at this and wondering why VST? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I always do that. I can't answer. I can't ask two questions at the same time. So are you talking about why it's not showing up like I have it here? Or are you talking about an alert window that you set up with stocks making new highs? God, I did it again. Okay, you're talking about this one. I'd have to see yours, Larry. Okay, but again, I'll answer your question in a minute, there, Richard, from our YouTube room. So if you right click on, I'm going to right click on mine, and I click on configure, and okay, I mean, you must. I mean, it's obviously it's over 50 cents, minimum of 10,000 shares. That can't be it. Up 3% from the close. Maybe the sort, gap biggest on the top. Okay, maybe. But without seeing yours. Now, the only other thing is if you right click on the window, click on time frame. Yeah, but he shouldn't have that, right? And then set record count. And what is your record count? Mine is 100. So if you added the relative, but I think though, Jay, he's saying this one isn't showing up. Okay, up it to 100 just to see, because he's seeing other ones, so he wouldn't see anything if he's using the relative volume filter. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, CXAI was so much for the 350. So very quickly, Richard, I don't share my setup exactly, okay? But you can have these two. You can have these two windows, okay? The reason I don't share the screen, well, the charts, is because not everybody wants a daily, 15 weekly. You can set up your own charts with the time frames that you like. But if you want the pre-market actives up and down, then just click on my homepage link. Give me a moment. Come on. So click on my homepage link and then scroll down. Scroll down until you see the scan section, and then here, the pre-market actives up and down, okay? Now, if you load them and what'll more than likely happen is that it'll look like this. Right click. I'm going to uncheck the show tree map, and more than likely it'll look like this. And so if you want the display to look like this, where the stocks are, basically bursting out at you, if I right click on show tree map, okay, show tree map, and then you get the presentation like this. If you do not have that option, when you right click a top list window, if you don't have that option that says show tree map, then you have to download the latest beta. So again, if you click on my homepage link and click on download, scroll up to the top, click on download, and then download the latest beta. Okay, and that'll give you the option to when you right click on a top list window, you'll have the option that says show tree map. Okay. So did you change it to 100? Just out of curiosity, Larry. And it's impossible for me to know without seeing yours. Okay. It's really impossible. You might want to, if you want to put the cloud link in, I can take a look at it. But, and by the way, I've got to, just give me a moment. I've got to load my layout that I'm going to be using. Made no difference. Okay. The only thing is, what is VST? What country is this? Okay. Do you have, just out of curiosity, do you have the hack that? Yeah, but you're talking. Okay, are you talking about? Okay, maybe I should have. Are you talking about going to the channel and the pre-market actors up and down when you go to the channel? Because that I can't answer because I'm using. This is somewhat customized. So you're talking about going to the channel, the new. Whoops. And then the pre-market actives or the pre-market channel. So I don't use. Here we are. Okay, so I don't use this. Is this what you mean? Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's why. This little hack that we've got here, the earnings, typically why we put this little hack in here, the earnings per share, is to make sure you don't see ETFs and things that aren't stocks. Okay, but every now and then a foreign stock gets nailed. Okay, so mainly on stocks out of Israel, it seemed. Okay, but you could, that VSTE is not a U.S. stock, so every now and then that will happen. And I took that out. So that's why. So you can have mine, or because the problem is if you go to the channel right now and get rid of that, yes, you'll see it. But when you go tomorrow, it comes back, okay? Because any change you make in the channel will not be saved when you leave the channel, okay? So yeah, every now and then that happens. That was what I was going to say, because I was just going to just when I looked at the flag and I realized that it wasn't a U.S. stock. The country right there. So yeah, it's out of Australia. So I think Australian stocks, for some reason, they get nailed. Okay, guys, I have to load my layout that I'm going to be using quickly. Whoa, a minute. I've got to get my layout loaded under the gun here. Yeah, Neil, you were right. I mean, there are two rooms, and you're right. I do moderate both rooms. YouTube, it's simpler to get into if all you care about is hearing me and seeing my screen and not a lot of interaction with other traders. Then the YouTube room is fine. Okay, guys. Yeah, in about 5 seconds, we're open. Let's have a great start to this trading week, guys. I'm just trying to get set. I should have done this a couple of minutes before. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit, okay? Okay, there we go. Give me a moment. Just let me change the time frame here. Okay. Tough one for me to answer, Neil. I mean, personally, I don't see a big benefit. Okay, personally, okay. But if you like to see this little picture in picture, okay, just give me a moment. Wow, look at CXAI. Oh, it did pull back though, CXAI. So if you like to see this little picture in picture, so I have a 15-minute chart, and then I can have a little insert that has maybe the daily chart or the weekly chart. Get a little picture in picture. Okay, I can change time frames. So I mean, I guess if screen space is a real problem, and you only want to have one chart out up, and you want to see, and this kind of gives you a little bit of a picture too. Since the beginning of right there, this is up 36%. You can kind of hover. You can change this time frame. Now, but I will warn you. Sometimes it can slow down your machine. It all depends on how much else you've got going on. Okay, look at Guys. So that is it. I've been asked by the company to display it. Okay, and the problem is sometimes it ultimately, in the afternoon, it can slow my machine down, and then I'll have to switch back. But other than that, I think it's a nice presentation. So it's completely up to you, though. Look at Guys. OUST. Meanwhile, sorry, do I see OUST anywhere? No. OUST. OUST. So this is again a third day continuation so far now. OUST, a third day continuation. NUVB, I had a price alert set for this for some reason. Let's take a look at NUVB. This is on the way down though. Wow, NUVB. I know why. This is this is shortable for me too. But again, it's too early for me to do any of these. So guys, from time to time, I'm going to ask about background noise and all. I do not have sound noise canceling on at all. But so I'm just going to ask a couple of times. There's things I can do. Yeah, so I don't have the layout in the cloud, okay, Neil? What I do is, again, if you go to my homepage, so if you go to my homepage, what I do instead of sharing a layout, because not everybody wants everything, okay? So I kind of do it's a la carte. Okay, when you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the middle section, so here are the scans I'm sharing. This is what I was demonstrating in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. You can see the halts resumes is over there. Here's a single stock window that I use, but I've got other, and I'm not sharing the charts because everybody, has different ideas about what time frame they want. So you can create your own charts, but I am sharing other scans that you cannot see on my other monitor. You'll hear me talk about the combo scan a lot. Okay. You'll hear me talk about the abnormal option activity scan a lot. So I kind of do it a la carte. I mean, I don't want to create one big layout with all these because, not everybody wants everything. So you kind of choose what you want. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Speaking of the combo scan, guys, which was really, really quiet on Thursday. Now it's a little early for me, but if you're a little more aggressive than I am, here's the meso, MESO, MESO. And you look at this 270% since, of course, most of it is in the last week or so. But here's the meso, MESO. Again, this is what I'm talking about, but it's a little too early for me to take this trade. I just feel, for me personally, I just find that things are a little too frantic in the first 15 minutes, so I like to wait that out. So, but there's the alert at 660. It's 674 now, and it may just run without me. And I'm prepared for that. Prepared as in psychologically prepared for that, just to keep running without me. And if you look on my weekly chart, that red line that you see there, that is actually the next high on the daily chart. If I scrolled out on this daily chart, you would eventually see way back on this, back in July of last year, you would see a daily high up here. That's what that red line is signifying. So, I mean, it still has room. Meanwhile, Reddit is still in free fall here, guys. RDDT. So this is all. This is getting. I mean, here's a critical level. I mean, this is the all. This will be its all-time low. I'm going to put a price alert there. 44.92. Say 45. For VSTE, let's take a look. I see. Yeah, nothing major. So what the question was. So this is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here. Time. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can see the symbol VSTE. It's halted. 1036. You can see in our halts resumed. It's halted at 1036. It halted at 1032 plus 37 seconds. If it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about 20 seconds from now if it's a 5-minute halt. This is the potential open, which is not giving a big clue. A lot of times you'll see, especially on the first halt, you'll see a number quite a bit above that first halt price. But so it's not giving really a big clue where it's going to open. Hard for me to believe it'll open right there, but and did it open? And it opened. It just opened, and it opened at 1050. So it did pop off. Just for Grumpy. All right, guys. So yeah, so the VSTE is open. VSTE is open. How about the Zapata? How about the ZPTA? So this was okay, guys. So this is a SPAC, okay, that turned into a ZPTA. You can see because it looks like it's an IPO, right? But it is not. Well, kind of, sort of, but it isn't because you can see it started trading in. It's not a typical IPO. Maybe I'll say it like that. Started trading in the pre-market. ZPTA. That means it was a SPAC, and today is its first day trading as a ZPTA. Okay. All right, guys. CXAI again. Wow, that just blew right through all that. What I thought could be some resistance around 350, blew right through it on that quote unquote news that they've got. Company announced a partnership. Excuse me, a partnership with Google Cloud. Now let's take a look left on this weekly chart. 576 is the next high looking left. And Richard and anybody else who asking questions about my layout and my scans, okay, if you just You can just hold off for maybe another half hour because I go over a lot of this. It's a little frantic at the beginning, so I go over a lot of the scans that I'm sharing and other things you can find on my homepage. Okay, you should do that around 10:15, 10:20. So there's a Pata open, guys. So Zapata opened. What do they do? Andretti. So this is completion of the merger. Yeah, I mean, listen. If I were a little less conservative, I'd be in the meso, right? It showed up on the scan, the combo scan. I love it, but sometimes I just find that stocks can be so whippy in the first 15. You can always wait a little bit. I mean, even now, it's pulling back. The alert was at 660. Okay, now we have our first couple of AI alerts, guys. If you have our AI, or if you have our premium service, I should have gone over that just a little bit before the alerts happen, but this is all I would do. Okay, if you have our premium service, click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, the middle one that has those options that start off with premium AI. Click on the premium AI strategy trades window. It's all, in my opinion, you need. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. All right, let's take a look at the SPY to begin with. So a little bit of a disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow down a bit. We've got the SPY, the NAS is up a bit. The SPY is up. So a little bit of a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Okay, a little bit of a disconnect. Growth stocks down, growth stocks up, value stocks down. All right, let's see what's happening with this IMCC. IMCC. Okay, so this is why I didn't see it before. So I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I don't mind displaying them. There's a lot of you out there probably that don't mind trading stocks under a dollar. If you're going to ask me why, it's just a personal preference. That's all. But if you find a way to trade stocks under a dollar, make money, go for it. But anyway, this is the IMCC. IMCC. Zero. Yeah, I do see zero now in the 10-day daily breakout. So Shady is in this one, 335 with a stop at 315. Had a great day on Friday. So maybe today is a nice continuation day. You can see after hours on, sorry, not Friday, but Thursday, after hours on Thursday, got up to 377 or so. And this is probably a low float. Yeah, 9 million in the float, 9.3 million in the float. So definitely a low float situation. All right, the Cero on the move here, guys. CERO on the move. Bit of a spread issue you've got to deal with. 335, 342. So there is a bit of a spread issue, difference between the bid and the ask, but it won't matter if it tacks on. Now the next high looking left, that could be your, I mean, I'm not saying it's a target, but I mean that is the next high looking left. All right, guys. Cero definitely on the move. CERO. So if you took this one, that's your. I'm not. Nobody's shady. Myself. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but that is the next high looking left. Nice call by Shady early. All right. Is something happening with uranium stocks, maybe? NXC, guys. NXC coming right into the daily high. NXC coming right into a daily high. I don't know if the uranium stocks are going crazy or not. Let's take a look at URA, which is the ETF for uranium. Let's see if it's doing anything. Yeah. So uranium stocks, okay, guys. Uranium stocks. URA is the ETF for your uranium. So uranium stocks are in play right now. All right, guys. SMTC on the move. Coming into this is the area that could be resistance. Okay, 30 for SMTC could be resistance for it. You just look at the daily at the weekly chart. Could be. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but is it not jumping, William? DOCS. Don't tell me it's there. So there's another short seller out there. All right, guys. So miso now. This is getting more interesting to me on maybe a 7 break. I know I'm giving up some, but it still has room up to 8 before it hits that next high. Okay, give me a. All right, guys. I am keeping an eye on some of the AI alerts. No, this is shortable for me yet. DJT. Not yet at Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, this is a big area for it to have tried to have held. Okay, DJT. There's the low at $57. So, but unfortunately, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, Cero was a very quick trade. CERO was a very quick trade. Yeah, the oust is right back up, guys. OUST right back up. Next high looking left is 856. And if you have the AI guys, you can see that CXAI is in the mix here. And again, on the weekly chart, 576. It looks like 569 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, now the float on CXAI 13.2 million, so it is definitely a low float situation. Come on. Didn't get my fill where I wanted on the CXAI. You know what, guys, though? CERO could be round two could be coming. CERO could be coming. CERO. I had the big pullback here, 311. What was the now 325 is the VWAP? Okay, so now it is above the VWAP, above the VWAP. I missed my fill on the CXAI. I was trying to get it right in the 471 mark, and it just wouldn't fill me where I wanted. See if we get any sort of a pullback, but it looks pretty good now. Well, five could be an issue. Trying to get through five, that bit of a psychological number could be. Doesn't mean it is, but okay. So SMTC showed up in the combo scan, guys. So SMTC showed up in the combo scan. Now, where is the next? So it is through 30. I was thinking maybe 30 may stall it, but right now as we speak, it is through 30 and post-market high on Thursday afternoon was 33. So that could be something that traders are looking at. I don't know how many shares were traded up at that price, but ooh, just a minute. SMTC guys from the combo scan, SMTC, and that's 9:55. Give me about 20 minutes, and I'm going to go over all the scans that I've got. Look at the other one, guys. Take a look at 3M, MMM. Look at 3M. Just getting kicked still on that settlement. Now the next low looking left is 87.78. So maybe a little, maybe that'll hold it. Okay, maybe that'll hold it. But it's a $12.5 billion settlement. But this is not news. Okay, this has been, seems like, I don't know, definitely several months, but maybe even a year that this has been. SMTC, guys, SMTC combo scan. All right, guys. Well, I took some off of the SMTC just in case it cannot get through 31. And again, this is where I'm seeing it. Okay. Remember, I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. There it was, 952, 3033. Okay. This is in the combo scan. And the big reason was it had room looking left. Not telling anybody to do the same trades as I'm doing, but oh, Steve, I hope you're out of this one now. Steve actually held D, X, and Y, Z over the 3 days. 3 days. Whoa, I missed this one. I missed this one. Shoot. MMAT, guys. MMAT. When I say missed it, I didn't see it on our NRAI. I was wrapped up in the SMTC. But MMAT, and the next high looking left is around, well, okay, the next high is 433, okay, 433. If it can get through that somehow, the next high on the daily chart is around 479. So, yeah, I mentioned Ciro as a potential that a move off the VWAP after the initial pop way up here. It pulled back. The VWAP is 326. It actually got below it, but once it popped through it, well, I'm not saying it's popped through it in any big way yet. 333, it's at right now. The VWAP is 326, but the longer it holds over the VWAP, it could go on like a secondary run. Of course, the big deal is that the next high is 450 on the daily chart. It got up to, it got up to 365. So there is still a lot of room on a daily chart for this one. All right, here's another one, guys. PPSI through the 200-day moving average. PPSI through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is 669. So it's got a little bit of room, a little less than 40 cents to the next high. A little bit of room. Okay, well, you can see that's exactly why I decided to take some from off the SMTC as it got close to that whole number, and then as it started drifting down out of it entirely. But I'm definitely interested in getting back in it if it gets over that 3033 again. So all I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 3041 and see if it takes it out the second time. That is for the SMCI. Still have this little disconnect going, guys. So we've got the Dow down 144, NASDAQ's up 84. So a little disconnect again between the value stocks versus growth stocks. So you can see what's happening with a lot of these movers, these big shakers here. They're not holding their gains. Okay, so you've got, you've just be prepared to take some profit. All right, INLX is halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. For some reason, I have Macy's still thumbnailed, and it's still kind of, it's moving down now off that 20 level. 1913 is the next low looking left. All right, another one on the move, guys. Graham Corporation. So GHM, nice gap up so far. I don't think it's an earnings play. Not a lot of volume, 159,000 shares. It is. I'm sorry. So yeah, 159,000 shares, 46 relative volume. So you can see it doesn't trade very much because that represents 46 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see that it does not trade very much. All right. So who asked that question? Support question. So Mark, you would have to have our HTML charts. Okay. So if you take one of your charts, right click and click on use browser interface. Okay. Then that'll get you this information up here. Plus, if you want the picture in picture. Okay. So, and that's for anybody. Okay. If you want to have, I've got two charts going. Okay. Just to display the differences. So this is our old charts, these two, the weekly and the daily. And this is the 15-minute is our new HTML. Well, new, they've been out for quite a few months now, I guess. But what we call our browser interface charts. So all you have to do is right click and check use browser interface, and then you'll get that information at the top. You'll also have the ability, if you want, to have a picture in picture chart. So I've got a 15-minute time frame here on my main chart, and then I've got a daily here, but I could change it to, whoops, I could click on the clock. I could check it to, or click on whatever time frame I want. Okay. So you do not have use browser interface, or first of all, are you using our downloadable application or the web-based version, Mark? All right. So are you saying that when you get into a chart and hover over the chart, and when you left click on it, you do not have that option that says use browser interface? Okay. Must be I guess you have to, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're on, but I guess you have to be on a later version. Okay. So you can go to my homepage, because that's been around for quite a while. What can you should be in there. It should be in the well, maybe I'm wrong. Pepe will know. So do people have to be on the latest beta to have access to those HTML charts, the browser-based charts? I didn't think so. So thank you, Pepe. So I have no explanation. If you right click and you do not see use browser interface as an option, and you 100% you're on at least the latest production version, and you're using our downloadable application, I have no explanation. Can you can you send me a chart? If you can send me like your normal chart, cloud link it if you know how to do that, and let me load it. He says he's on the latest production version. It says the latest normal, not beta. So he says he's on. Oops, he says he's on this. So the latest production version, download. You click on the download. So there's the latest production version, which is what is it? 5.6.70. But guys, listen, the beta is fine, okay? If you want to have this display, you want your top list to look like this, with the symbols in not in this grid format, boring, okay? You want it to look like this, then you have to be able to, on a top list window, you have to have this option when you right click on the top list window that says show tree map, okay? And if you don't have that, you have to be on our latest beta. So Mark, you say you're on the latest production version, which would be 5.6.70. Click on account, and then, I'm sorry, click on help, and then about, and this will tell, and I'm on a different version, of a development version, but yours, if you're on the latest production, it should say 5.6.70. Meanwhile, guys, MMAT, what's the float in this one? Yeah, another six, very low float, 6 million in the float. And still has some room. 476, I think, is the next high looking left. 478 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for MMAT. Give me a moment, guys. Just what sound that I heard or did I hear? Yeah, okay. So INLX just resumed. INLX just resumed. That doesn't, I don't think that helps me though, Mark, because all you're showing is a screenshot of your chart, right? And I don't know, because what I'd have to see, and I'll have no explanation. If you right click on a chart, and I mean, when you right click on a chart, you should have all these options, right? Can you tell me at least you're getting these options when you right click on a chart? Well, okay. First of all, you wouldn't have all these. I mean, these are all my my doc charts. Okay, so forget about the duplicate. Forget about duplicate. Okay, but you should have, of course, create price alert. You should have down here some you share save or share to cloud, things like that. So forget about this duplicate stuff. That is, for me. I don't know if you can create it. I don't know if you can give me a screenshot of what you're seeing when you right click on a chart. Like a lot of times, of course, if you, when you try to do a screenshot, the pop up disappears. There has to be an explanation. I just don't know what it is. So there's the docs. Oh, okay. Now there's the docs, guys. DOCS. There's the DOCS. This is the one that Josephat decided to put out a report, a short report on it. So now, when you look left, 30. Wow, it's got not a lot of room, but it's got room. The next low looking left is 2460. 2460. Okay. Now we're at 20. So about $1 away. It's showing up on the combo scan now, but it's pretty extended down already. All right, CZOO, just price alerted for some reason. I had that set that a while back. Not sure why I had it here. I'm not sure. I'm looking at a daily. It doesn't look like it's an important level. Must have been more of an intraday thing. So look at Oust, guys. Yeah, Oust after the initial pop, and it came right back down to about 8. And speaking of Oust, it just showed up in the combo scan. Just showed up in the combo scan. So the big now, I'm going to have to look at a monthly chart quickly to see where it could go before it hits any sort of resistance. And 830, 1210 is the next high looking left. So it's got room on the monthly chart. Okay, it's got room on the monthly chart. I would have to scroll out on the weekly, but this is interesting. Over 9 OUST. Problem is, it's pretty extended on the 15. Be nice if it could just rest a bit, but and there is even the VWAP at 858. Maybe it pulls back to the VWAP a bit and gives us an opportunity to, as opposed to just chasing it right now. But it may just keep moving higher and higher. All right, guys. So I mentioned the Zero, on that breakout over the VWAP. It's still if it gets through that high of the day, 365, it could go on that run again. But that was the big thing, getting over the VWAP at 332, the VWAP. All right, now the ounce is setting up a little bit better for me here, okay? Pausing just a bit, and let's see if it takes out that high right there and just explodes. So I'm going to put a price alert at around 906 for it, and see if it bursts through that. Work. Okay, guys, 10:16. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to go over my homepage and the scans and other things you can find on my homepage. Keep an eye on that OUST. See if it really breaks through 9 and just starts to move. It has room. Remember, it's got some room. And CXAI, after that pullback, making another move, and it still has some room here, 569. All depends on where you put your stops and how many shares you take, because these are pretty volatile. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a look at Sol, SOL. Now you can see where it got to that high, just about to that high, and it stalled. Okay, well, guys, if you got the AI, you can see what's happening with the CXAI. It showed up on 2 different scans now. That happens every now and then. I think there was one last week, perhaps, that had happened. You get the same symbol on 2 different scans. All right, guys, here on the move, HEAR, here is on the move here. Couple of really nice weeks, really. 2 weeks ago, this was at about $11. Last week, it closed around 17. Continuation. I think there was some news. Sort of remember there was some news this week. I just can't remember what it was. Maybe some analysts are putting some price targets on it. Yeah, I mean the value stocks, guys, the 220, the gross, the value stocks. So the Dow 220 down 220, Nas is barely above, barely positive, I should say. Yeah, the SPY has gone a little bit negative, and just check out that red candle. I don't think there's anything at 10:20 economic news wise. We had the manufacturing index at 10 o'clock, construction spending at 10 o'clock. So that's all. So I don't know what the big reason for this downturn is. Okay, guys. Now keep an eye on the house, guys. OUST making its way through nine again. All right, guys. Going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. Interesting. Including the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, all the scans that I'm sharing. Keep an eye on the house, guys. OUST. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So here's the promo code now, guys. Okay. 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Use Barry 15. If you do take out a subscription, you must do. And before I start, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And this is a trading, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, do not hesitate to answer or ask questions. Okay. Oust, guys. Oust, oust, oust. All right. Now, if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. You know what? I tried those this morning and they didn't work. Ah, I know what it is. It's my codes aren't working. The 23 Barry and the 23. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, guys, let's back up a bit. I can get you, you can still get 23% off the first month or 25% off the first year. Okay. So, find those codes. You probably have them, right, Pepe? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it's monthly 23. Okay, guys. So give me a moment. Okay, so I've got to do this. I'm going to have to, as Pepe says, so it's monthly 23 and annual save 25. Yeah, I know this happens a lot of times. I don't know why my code is gone, but anyway, so there are the codes, okay, that you can actually use still to get a little bit more off. Okay. Okay, so those are the codes you can use. So I was going over the codes, but you can actually still use. Probably this is the last day. Okay, so instead of using Barry 15, if you want to get 23% off the first month only, and why wouldn't you? You can still use monthly 23. Come into my homepage though and use it, and then that'll the room will get credit. Okay, and if you want to take on an annual, you can use annual save, all one word, 25. That'll get you 25% off the entire year. Okay. And again, yeah, you must do the get started. And trading 101, if you click on trading 101, whoops, what happened there? Oh, You don't have to. I don't usually click on it. That's what happened. So if you click on Trading 101, this is a free with 38 videos. If you're a brand new to trading or very new to trading, you can take a look at this Trading 101. And again, it's free, a series of videos that I think can help, especially if you're a new trader. Stock of the day video that I do, you can set it. You can take a look at it right here. Trade of the week. What is it doing? Did it trigger? See Zeta. Zeta is the trade of the week, so it is not triggered. The trigger price is 11.11, and you can see it's right at the high of Thursday. That is the trigger price, or just over 11.11, I guess it says. Okay, so the trade of the week is free, and you'll get it before the markets open Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. So a lot of times, if you have a question, a lot of times if you go to the user guide, it'll all be outlined here, okay? There's the getting started again, the 10 short videos. You want more information, more detailed information about what an alert window is. There's the A window, a top list window, stock racing, price alerts. You see my using price alerts all the time. Well, we have, but if some people say, well, how do I put a sound alert on a window? Putting a sound alert on an alert window, or your price alerts window, or even the AI. So when a symbol shows up, you'll get a sound alert on that window. So and the whole idea of putting sound alerts, you put a different sound alert on the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. That makes sense. Watch list, symbol lists, all here. Okay. But a lot of more information. But again, you don't have to learn everything. It's a typical user guide, every like very detailed about every aspect of trade ideas. But of course, you don't have to learn everything. And the Getting Started series right here. Again, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Varley. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break. So again, all I ask is that you come in now. So in this particular case, come into my home, like click on my homepage link, and then if you are going to take out a subscription, use those other promo codes. And you click on Get Trade Ideas, and then you can get. Where did I put those codes? So monthly 23 for 23% off the first month only, or annual save 25. That'll get you 25% off the entire year. And why it's important to come into my homepage or click on my homepage and use those codes here. The room gets credit. Why is that important? If the room gets credit, then the room will continue to be free. Okay? It's as simple as that. And last on my homepage, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll to the center section, and here are the scan section. Here are the scans. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. You see this again. It's more information. I mean, I guess technically it's a scan, but the Halts resumes is right here, right there. The Halts resumes is right there. The one that come on there, the one you see here, I can share it with you if you want. But again, I know it's a little bit confusing. This is a top list window. Okay. This is what a top list window looks like, grid format. If you want it to be displayed in the way I was just showing you, if you right click on any top list window, right click, and you have to have this option that says show tree map. And then you'll see and I really love this presentation. It's, right in your face. These are the ones should be watching all day long. Okay. And if you want this in this format, I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage yet. I'm just waiting for it to show up on the production version, but I can give you this, but you must have that option that says show tree map. Okay. This is the combo scan that you're going to hear me talk about a lot. This is what it looks like. Okay. I see another one just showed up, IDC. So if it's in brown, it's a suggestion to short. If it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Abnormal option activity, you'll hear me talk about that also. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all loaded, but I have other scans that I'm sharing. And you might look at something and go, wow, daily reversals. Maybe I should take a look at that as an example, okay? And you can ask me questions about the scans. Okay, guys, so OUST is still hanging around the 9 mark. OUST is still hanging around the 9 mark. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. There are big differences between a scanner and a screener. Of course, we can screen, but there are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. And well, we feel that in terms of scanning, we're just about the best out there. Okay. Real-time alerting, scanning, real-time alerting. So if I left click on this alert window and I right click on it and click on configure, this is what this can do. So, or you can create your own scans, of course, but this is what this particular scan is doing. So it's looking for stocks that are between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, up to 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened, that a stock met all these filter requirements, I made a new high for the day, was at 10:29, and it was BGFV. That's the last time a stock met all these filter requirements, okay, and made a new high for the day. And you can see the time, and of course you can see the symbol, and of course you can see the price. That's what we're excellent at, real-time alerting. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, I'm sharing it on my homepage. But of course, if you took this scan and you thought, well, I like it, but I don't like the price range, of course you can make any changes you want. Okay, so you might not like the price range between $1 and $100, change it. Maybe you want a different minimum volume, change it. Maybe you want to do something, when you get used to using Trade Ideas and you see some of the other filters that we have, maybe you take one out, add one in, completely up to you. But you can have this scan the way I've created it. This is what I like to see. Okay. So now if you are an intraday trader and you're looking, but even if you're a swing trader, okay, to me anyway, your number one goal every single day, especially if you're an intraday trader, is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. You could look no further than just this window right here. This will show me the stocks all day long that are trading abnormally. And we're not just talking about the fact that this is up 111%, which is obviously extremely abnormal, but look at the relative volume right there, 80. Okay, relative volume of 80. That means it's trading 80 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, I mean obviously extremely abnormal. I mean for a stock to be up 117% as we speak, that relative volume probably is going to be very high, but this is extraordinarily high. 87 million shares have traded, 13 million in the float. So tremendous float turnover. Okay, and that's why this one is front and center. MMAT, only up 28%. only. Okay. And it's pulled back though. I mean, at one point it was up a lot more, but maybe it's pulling back to a level you like. There's the VWAP at 401. So it just broke down a little bit below the VWAP. Maybe if it reclaims it, it might have another move. So, the fact that, most of my scans are always looking at stocks that are at the high or the low of the day, that doesn't, some people don't like that. Some people would rather, wait for a stock for a pullback, and that's fine. But pull back to what? So again, you might be somebody who likes to see stocks pulling back to the VWAP. Maybe you have a moving average that you like. You can put on the chart. Okay, this is completely up to you, of course. And here's the coffee pour. Last little the vestiges. So M Silk. Oh, there we go. Finally the oust, guys. Finally the oust. I've been waiting on it to really clear. Okay. Let's see how much further this can go. Okay. The oust, OUST. Ooh, wait a minute. Did I blow this? Yeah, just a minute, guys. Yeah, you know what happened is that yeah, so I've taken some off right now. I'm a little worried that this high right there. I didn't realize it was there. That 940 is right there. Now it may break right through it, which would be great. That's that red line you see on the daily chart. You cannot see that you can't even see it on the weekly chart where that happened, but could be a while ago. So, question in our YouTube room: where can I find the layout I'm currently viewing? So, I don't share. All I can do is, first of all, the charts. You might have a completely a different idea about what time frames you want. So this shouldn't be interesting. Okay, a 15-minute daily, weekly. When I say interesting, you may have a completely different idea. Well, I'd rather have a 5-minute chart. The charts are something you can do yourself. Okay, whatever time frames you want. The halts resumes is so again. I like to kind of give it a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose okay, the bottom left window. Okay, that I can give to you. Okay, it is not on my homepage, but I can give that one to you. I'm just waiting for it to finally make it to our production version. Okay, so there's the cloud link for it, and anybody else who wants it, this right here. Now, getting so tired of having to say this, but until it gets into the production version, if you right click on it, when you load it, it may look like this, like a grid. Okay, just a cut like the what this is what a top list looks like. But if you right click on it, and if you click on show tree map, now if you do not have that option, if you don't have that option that says show tree map, you have to download the latest beta. Okay. And then when you click on that, then it turns into this. So okay, Robert, so if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down, and center section, here are the scans. There are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. Okay. So just scroll down. So if you've clicked on my homepage, just scroll down until you see that center section, which are my scanners. Okay. Let me know if that worked. Okay. Great. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 10:41. Been a fast morning for me anyway. And remember, this is, yes, it is a trading room, but it is also a support room. So, I like the support. Well, the questions about trade ideas. How do I do this? Where can I find that? Don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay. Do I think that NMMT is completely out for the day? Well, let's take a look at NMMT. Question from our YouTube room. Is that the right symbol? Maybe not. Maybe that's not the right symbol, right? Just give me a moment, guys. MMAT. Okay. MMAT. So not M. Okay. Iron, guys. Iron. Now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And now the low in the pre-market was 2350 watts. That's got room. Low in the pre-market is 2351. All right. Do I think, well, let's take a look at MMAT. Well, it's a pretty big pullback. I mean, it did get down. Somebody's asking me in our YouTube room, do I think it's over? For it to really keep moving again, in my opinion, anyway, we'll probably have to get over that VWAP 398. So what I'd be doing is maybe putting a price alert around 407 and seeing if it can get over the VWAP, number one. And the high of the day was 432, right? 432, and the next high looking left, yeah, it was 433. So it got up to that high. So, that might be it. Maybe it has a chance to get back up to that high, but I don't, obviously I don't know. I don't know for sure. Is it only one T? I have no idea. Kent or Ken, you're talking about here, right? Now, Michael Noss creates these. So if I click on new, the question in our YouTube room is there any reason why there's only one TTM squeeze scan? Now, I don't use it at all, but let's go click on new and then Market Explorer window, right click, select strategies. Where is it even? I say I don't even, oh, right there, strength alert. No, this is how little I use. This is how little I use it. Just looking, where is that TTM scan? There it is. Oh, and the Bollinger Band. Yeah, you'd have to ask Michael. So if you are in the room tomorrow, for instance, Ken, you don't have to be in the room all day, but between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Michael will be in the YouTube room and he's the creator of all these. And you can ask him, why is there only one TTM scan? Okay. You can ask him the question. Or if you don't want to wait, info at trade-ideas.com. You can ask the question there. Okay. You can just address it to Michael. Well, address it. Just say, "Hey, Michael Noss," and there's so everybody reads it. Okay, so it will be directed to him, but you can. So info at trade-ideas.com. Probably all you really have to do. All right, guys. Now, iron. You wouldn't buy it until $9.78. Okay. So this really hasn't moved too much from the 10-day daily breakdown scan because it came in at 25.92. So it really hasn't moved that much. Now look at 3M, guys. 3M is making a bit of a comeback. Bit of a comeback. I mean, it's still down 13%, but the pre-mar. You know what? I would stick an alert right around here, just a little over 92, and though that looks like that's the pre-market high. Yeah, right around the pre-market high. Never mind this top candle up here, of course, but and let's see if I can take that out because it has come from 88 up to 91. And it's all about. Okay, so maybe somebody said 3M had a spinoff. I now I'm seeing that. I am seeing that, okay? And maybe that has more. Just one moment, please. So maybe that has more of the effect. It wasn't the fact that I mean that 12.5 billion had been known for a while. That the settlement with the forever chemicals, which I'd never had heard that term before until 3M got nailed, and a few others, but 3M was probably the biggest one, biggest company anyway. All right, guys. So Ciro still has some room, 450. I mean, it's been choppy, guys. I mean, there's been some big bottoming tails, big topping tails, but all depending where your stop is. But the trend is up. Oh, Ash. Okay. So yeah, you have to be able to click on. I mean, it's driving me crazy that we still don't. Again, not a bug, but it's, I don't know, limitation of some for some reason in the program. You have to be able to click on oust in a multi-strategy window to see that red line. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. If it's just showing up in an alert window, it has to be in a multi-strategy window for you to be able to see that red line. Okay. Now, if you still can't see it, maybe your chart's too small. That's the only other thing I can think of. But give me one moment. All right, guys. Okay. I mean, I wish that and that oust. I mean, even Meso guys still has that room. Okay, MESO. Just looking at it, but the oust. You know what I really should do is back this out on the. First of all, I have to see. Click on it. Okay, I'm going to back this out on the weekly chart, maybe the monthly chart, just to see when that actually happened. When that maybe it won't matter that much. 9:41. Okay, so 9:40. So when did that happen? Looks like it's this month here, which is about a year ago, March of last year. Okay, March of last year. So it's possible that will still hold it. All right, guys. So for you penny players, like really penny players, ALGS, ALGS. Now the high looking left, 120. I mean, obviously, if it got up here from 1 to 120, that'd be a great percentage move. But I think this is one of the more ugly looking 15-minute charts you're going to see. So for the CXAI, that's the next high on the weekly chart, 569. And what did it get up to? It got up to 564. So that may be the block. Actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. The next high in the weekly chart is five. Yeah, no, I'm right. 569. So look where it got to, almost to the penny, 564. Okay. And that might be, still has room again to try to get there, but All right, let's take a look at some of these now. So, how is that MMAT? Somebody mentioned it was trying to hold the VWAP. Yeah, well, it's not through it though. 397. So, 397 is the VWAP. I have an alert set up here around 406 for it. Price alert. AVTX is an earnings play. No, I sort of remember that. Man, it had this big day on Thursday, got up to 34, closed down here at 21 though. And now this is actually an earnings play today. And the low of Thursday was 1651. I have to set an alert there, see if it takes that out. Because if it does, I mean, there's your low way down here at 473. All right. So this one is HYMC, guys. It's showing up as making a new high. This is the one that AMC, I think, has a stake in. Wow. Speaking of AMC, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at this move. 374 down to 325, all-time low now. Wow. All right, there's your MMAT, guys. Okay, MMAT. Let's see if this has any legs now. Over the VWAP now. The high, it got up to 433. Oh, man, I just saw this AVTX. So this now is at the low of Thursday. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I sort of remember this now on Thursday. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. That's, I mean, it maybe a blessing. I don't know what's going to happen here, but if it takes this out, I mean, look at the room underneath. But I cannot short it. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of waiting on this. Unfortunately, the MAT has not a great spread. 405, 415 right now. And the next high looking left is 412. So yeah, it's pretty choppy right now. Might have to let it at least try to get through 419 even. But the spread's got to tighten up also for me anyway. What? That's why. Okay. Is not why. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting, maybe on the oust later on, if it can take out that high. The MMAT to me is really choppy still, and the spread right now is 4,408. Not terrible, but not great. Yeah, LFCR guys, LFCR. So I sort of remember this one. Got clobbered on this day. Was this an earnings play? April 2nd. No, so it has earnings tomorrow. Okay, so that's not the reason. It got clobbered on this day, though, on March the 20th. Yeah, I'm not too interested in it right now. It's got to take out 574. Obviously, if maybe later, maybe tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is earnings, so I'm not certainly not going to hold this one through earnings. But maybe who knows? Maybe sometime today it'll get through 593, because if it does, then the next high is up here at 741. Now, William, were you doing that on purpose? Iron may get a cross up, the old iron cross, or is it just a coincidence? You missed it. Okay. Oof, this one got halted on the way down, and it is really moving down a lot. EIGR, 49%. No inkling this was going to happen in the pre-market. Didn't do any pre-market trading whatsoever. It is an earnings play after hours, so I don't know what's happening here. Well, that'll do it. Chapter 11 filing. So they're going to have earnings after hours, whatever that's going to say. But this is a Chapter 11 filing for Eiger, EGR, Eager, Eiger, EIGR. Listen, the MMAT, I mean, the longer it holds over the VWAP, I mean, the better, obviously. The VWAP is 398. So I think the VWAP has increased just a little bit. And so, but the longer it holds over, if it can, might have a shot for another bit of a run, but there's all sorts of little areas that could stall. All right, looking at Bitcoin here, guys. So yeah, IBIT. So Bitcoin, of course, this morning in the pre-market, I saw it was underneath 70,000. So big area, maybe for it to try to hold for the IBIT is around the 39 mark. Takes out 39 underneath. We've got 38.17 for IBIT. Hello, Edwin, in our YouTube room. Yeah, listen, I mean, if iron can get back up over, say, 29.20, I mean, that's, well, it's not that far away. Well, actually, it's $1 away. That little high there, 29.44 or so, I'll stick an alert there. You never know. It's had, this got hammered down, and yet you get these, you get Wainwright maintaining a $70 price target on them. Good luck on that for, and then you get Raymond James, $40. But this is being hammered down because of the results. Phase two results got hammered down, like hammered down. Yeah, it wasn't that was the headline, right? The headline was met. It was the secondary or whatever endpoints not met. That was sort of buried in the press release. Guys, keep an eye on Triple M, MMM. It looks like it's trying again to get through this little area here. So I think I have a feeling that this is the real reason. It's not because of the big. I may be wrong. I don't think it's because of the settlement, the $12.5 billion settlement. So there's a separation. So they obviously sold off a stake that I didn't even. Who knew that 3M was in the healthcare business? Who knew? Lots of people did. Not me though. I just think of them as being tape. That's it. All right, let's take a look at anything. I saw the sorry, the SST earlier. Let's take a look at what it's doing. SST. Well, again, guys, I mean, it's hard for me to look at some of these. I mean, look at the topping tails, look at the bottoming tails of this. I mean, sure, you can somehow figure out a way to trade it, but where are you going to put your stop? You know, you've got they're so volatile. All right, so there is the iron. Okay, well, it's at that high right now. It's at that high right now. You have any questions, Edwin? You said hi as your intro into our YouTube room. Any questions? Well, let's see. Toying with the idea of going long this, toying with it. There was the high. right there. Now there's the high. I mean, but I don't care about that high in the pre-market. That's way up there, 37. Talking more about breaking this high right here, which was 29.35. So it's just a little bit above it. Now you really have to deal with the spread, though. I'm looking right now. Oh, well, I did get a fill. I didn't take very many. I got a fill. I was using the midpoint option in Interactive Brokers. So I did get a fill. If it can take out 30, that'll be excellent. I'm talking about the iron. Your broker really for at Interactive Brokers, there are 209,000 still available in terms of shorts for iron. Yeah, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. May just a little bit, just a little bit. You know, I was hoping it would take through go through 30, but it did not. It got up to 20. It got up to 29.91, I think. Oh, it actually hit 30. That's right. It did hit 30, but could not pop its way through. So you know me and the whole numbers. The problem with it always was the spread, though. So I just made a little bit, nothing, nothing great. If it can take out 30 in a bigger way, and the spread can tighten up a bit, I may be interested again. Yeah, I got pretty lucky. Again, using IB's midpoint, because the spread wasn't great, but I was able to get a fill midpoint between the bid and the ask. So, Kay, in our YouTube room, when you say you're surprised that CXAI did not get a re-entry, what do you mean by that exactly? The VWAP is 471, so it's still a little bit above the VWAP. So, but what do you mean by? Well, you'll never get a re-entry unless the stop gets hit. Okay, and obviously the stop never got hit. There's the stop has to get hit, and then it has to go midway between the stop and the entry price before you get a re-entry price, if that makes sense. I haven't looked at re-entry in a long, 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 long time. I don't even know if I still have these. Yeah, you can see right there. So the only way you get a re-entry, the question is, gentleman was, a person was wondering why did not CXAI show up in the in the re-entry right here? Okay, in our AI. So the only way it happens is that CXAI would have had to hit the stop price and then move halfway between the entry and that stop, and then you would get a re-entry time and price. Okay, only time. Doesn't happen that often. I used to, when I paid a little more attention to that, I used to say that, if you just waited for reentries, now you may not get very many or any in any given day, but if you just waited for a reentry price, that might be a great way just to play the AI. But the problem is that, you may go several days without getting anything. I think, since the AI has been kind of revamped a bit, we don't get that many alerts anymore. It used to happen a little bit more often when we had a lot more alerts coming into the AI. So guys, oops, you probably heard that on my desk. So the 3M, again, I would keep an eye on this level right there. I did put a price alert. It did take it out very, very briefly, just over 92. Okay. I would put a price alert just around that 92 mark and see if it can take it out again. And if it can, this could go on a big roll. Really? That's what they're doing? So this company that they spun off, okay, I thought it said it was a bio of some sort, but this is a headset device. Peltor is recognized as the world leader manufacturer of over-the-ear headsets. Okay, never heard of them. Got to admit, never heard of them. But they say they're the world leader. Never heard of these guys. And I looked at headsets. It's funny, I over the since 2015, since I've been doing this live and on the mic, I've had probably, I don't know, 10 or 20 different things to try to hear sound because I want to hear sound. I want to hear my music. I want to hear the sound alerts from Trade Ideas in my using a headset. And the best one for me has always been, believe it or not, just the old AirPods from best one in terms because if I'm going to wear something for 6 hours a day, they've got to be super comfortable. Yeah, these have I've always gone back to them. Well, these guys actually have earnings too after hours. Okay, CXAI have earnings after hours today. Again, I would never be holding it. I shouldn't say that. You guys want to hold it if you're in it and you feel and it closes near the high. But they do have earnings after hours, so just be forewarned about that. Yeah, oust has been a difficult one, guys. OUST has been definitely a difficult one. Oh, that's right. That had that. Have to click on the. Yeah, it still has that high right there to get through 940. Should stick an alert there, a little over it to see if it takes it out later on in the day. That is OUST. Very choppy still, guys. MMAT, very choppy still, and just hanging around the VWAP area, 398. You can see just in the VWAP area, MMAT. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. In fact, let me. I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I am back. Okay, oust. I mean, I know I keep talking about oust, but I just wish that 940 wasn't there. That could block it still. Yeah, the triple M did hit 92 briefly, very, very briefly. Boy, I mean, what a recovery. I mean, really, we should be watching this tomorrow too. Okay. It may not happen today, but I think the main reason this is down, not because of the settlement, but because of this spinoff. All right. New P, NEWP is on the move here. Another one that's very choppy, not a great looking trend, and all sorts of, when you look left on the daily chart, to me anyway, lots of areas where it could stall. So, all right, guys, 11:29. So, in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. Should be Chris Farley taking over for me. I will confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris. Well, that MMM, guys, yeah, right at that 92 level, right at it. Boy, look at GES, guys. I mean, had the earnings on the 20th, a big reaction to earnings, a little pullback a few days, but now making like taking all this out. Wow, look at EIGR. This is against filed for Chapter 11. EIGR continuing to move down. EIGR continuing to move down. But look at Guess here. Another nice little breakout. Guess rises after the board approves a $200 million share buyback program. Now why isn't it showing up here? Now my VSCE is not showing up there and it's got nothing. Probably I'd have to, for some reason, I'd have to up this. I don't have that filter in. I don't have that filter about. That's why. Why is it? Why is it doing this? It's gone back to the change from the open. Like it just won't listen to me because that's the reason. All right, I am saving this. I know I keep saving this, but I'm going to save it again. Okay, guys, sorry. I just is reading some internal stuff. Yeah, the SMTC, you know what? SMTC, which was not a bad trade for me early, but let's take a look at SMTC because this is really starting to give it up. And lots of shares available to short for me anyway, Interactive Brokers, but all the way up to 3086, down to 2774. Yeah, that was a 930 candle. So down to 2774. Maybe if I stick an alert right around here, 2863, see if it takes that out later. All right, I did see Doma in the pre-market. Okay, I did see it. It's up 34% right now. I think this is a buyout, though. It has to be a buyout, and that's why I didn't. Yeah, going private. Okay, that's why. That's why I didn't mention it. It did show up. It's showing up here. I thought I'd click on it, but it's you can just tell. When something flatlines like this, you know that it's more than likely a buyout of some sort. So they're going private. Take a look at the races. I haven't looked at it. I haven't checked them, but the top 10 list has been built now. Take a look at LYT. See if there's anything interesting with LYT. Just choppy. That's all I can see. But you're mentioning the MMAT guys. Yeah, MMAT now. High of the day. I mean, the next highs. Wow. I mean, 476 now. 476 are the next highs. Looking left, 479 maybe, 478 actually to be exact. Next highs looking left on the daily chart for MMAT. All right. Yeah, confirmation. It will be Chris in our YouTube room in about a little less than half an hour when I take my break at noon Eastern. And volume picked up also for the MMAT guys. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume pickup. Time is now 11:36. So I mean, this has got 8 minutes to close right now, and this could turn into the second biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume, enthusiasm increasing, or still there, I guess I should say. All right, there, MMM. Okay, guys, I'm okay. MMM over 92 now, guys. Over 92. Does it have legs? Can it start to run just a bit? I mean, a dollar even. I mean, there's the high. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get back up to this 106, but what's happening with ATLX? ATLX. So here's another one. Well, it's got some room to 19, I guess. Not a lot of volume though. 110,000. I mean, it's four times normal, but not a lot of volume. So that's probably the bit of a limiting factor. Not a lot of absolute volume. Again, you just got to be careful with these guys. Look at the MMAT. I mean, look the topping tail way up here, 445, right back down to 415. This is just a very, very volatile with the topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place on the 15-minute chart for MMAT. Oops, just give me a moment, guys. Well, can 3M keep moving a little bit more, get close to that 93 mark or further? I mean, let's face it, it's got lots of room. Wow, CXAI guys. So the CXAI just made another new high for the day. Another new high for the day. Another new high for the day. And I can't remember. Oh, that's right. Here's my weekly chart. So it's at this high right here now, 569, a little bit above it. Takes that out, and then 663. So I mean, it still has some room. New mic, yes. Perfect circle, yes. New mic, yes. So well, I hope not trade swings, but yeah. So I've been told, perfect. It's the Elgato Wave 3. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I think it's always helpful when I take my break. We have 5 days of the week, five different traders take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And so I think it's always useful to head over. We all have different trading styles. Okay. We all have different scans we're sharing, etc. So I think it's always helpful to head over and listen to another person's perspective and not just mine. Iron. Well, yeah. And in fact, it's even turned around now. This was an AI alert too, and at the beginning didn't look that great, but now it is turned around. This is an AI alert, 2782, so it's at 2734. Not bad. And let's see if it continues down. Might be some support around 2556 or so for IRR. Sorry, IRON iron. And this plunges as the light sensitivity treatment data confounded due to outsized placebo response. Wow, I mean, just imagine if you were holding this one. I mean, it didn't look bad. Over the weekend, $60. You wake up this morning, 27. Yikes. All right, guys. I'm just looking at a couple of ones from, Macy's still continue. I mentioned Macy's earlier on the 20 break, and it continues to, move its way down. And a lot of news about Macy's, of course, potential buyouts. Nothing is official, of course. Guts is coming back. GUTS is trying to make a bit of a comeback here, guys. It's still down 7.5%, but it's at the high of the day. It's an earnings play. Guts, GUTS. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is, wow, $8 or so. So it's got room on the daily if it wants to continue to try to come back somewhat. This is GUTS, 11 times relative volume. So, guys, I mean, this OUTS, sorry, yeah, OUST, sorry, oust. So you can see, I mean, look at the relative volume, 7.5. So that is high, obviously, and also the option volume. So it's not the option volume. So I should explain just a little bit what this combo scan does. It takes a look at a 10-day daily breakout with high relative volume, okay, and combines that with also abnormal option activity. So Oust has traded 5,000, a little over 5,000 contracts a day. So is that abnormal? Well, it's telling us it is. That's 427 or 4.2 times normal. Okay. So taken together, then, high relative volume, okay, plus option volume, when you combine those, when they're both abnormal, that's why it's a good idea to pay attention to them. And that's what the combo scan does. I mean, it's had just a great 3 days. Oust has had just had a great 3 days continuation. Had earnings this day right here. So that was the, I guess that was the catalyst initially to get this one running. Earnings, the earnings reaction was on the 27th right here. So another new high for CXAI. Boy, all they had to do was put, you know what? We've got some partnership going on with Google Cloud, and that was enough. I mean, I jokingly said, if you phoned Google today and you said, "What's this deal with CXAI?" I'm sure they would not have any idea. I mean, somebody would somewhere. I don't think they can. They're just going to put that out, but you know what I mean. I don't know what the deal is exactly, but it doesn't really matter what we think. That's what the press release said, and that is what's causing this big move. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do, Chris is not on our YouTube quite yet, but I just want to put the announcement in. Okay, and then I'm also going to put the YouTube link in for those of you in the main room want to head over and listen to Chris in about 10 minutes. I have no idea, John. The question is, why would the oust warrant be negative 18 when oust the stock is plus 18? I have no idea. Is that a? I don't have. What is it? Oust W? Does that be the warrant or oust plus? I see that is the oust plus. Let's see what it says. See if that doesn't. I can't load that one. So yeah, I can't even load it. I don't know what our designation at Trade Ideas would be. Well, you see, it's not loading. Oust W is not loading. And when I tried Oust Plus, it didn't load either. Let me try one more time. Oust Plus. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea, John. I mean, right now it says the warrants are like, but it's not even trading really. No idea. But 3M guys making a little bit of a move now. Not double M, but 3M. Yeah, I just don't know, John. I have no idea. Somebody saying, John in our YouTube room is saying that the oust warrants are trading like 18% down, whereas oust, of course, is trading up. Would anybody have an explanation for that? Those of you who might know a little bit more about warrants, doesn't seem, but we don't have that. I can't even load Aus WA. For us, it would be Aus Plus and the warrants. And you saw when I loaded them, nothing. I can't make any. I don't know. I just don't know. A lot of times the warrants will show up in in my scan, but not. I have not had one. I've had nothing for oust regarding warrants. But how long? Okay, so Chris in our YouTube room is and main room is saying oust had a reverse split back in 23, so the warrants are impacted and new terms. So maybe that's it. That's about the best I can do, John. I don't know if that's the actual reason, but well, guys, 3M working pretty nicely off that 92 break. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get set for Chris to show up. So I've got to do a couple of things before he does show up. Thank you, Chris. So I'm just going to post this. I mean, again, I don't trade warrants at all, but this is what was posted in the main room, John. But his question was more, why is the oust up so much and the warrants are down so much? So I just can't answer it. Boy, the old halts resumes is just going crazy again. Look at all. I mean, some of them are they're not all different stocks, of course. As Eager has been halted, resuming all day long, filing for Chapter 11. Boy, there are a lot of shares available. Actually, not now. I thought that said millions, but it's only 3,300 right now at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but filing for Chapter 11. They even have earnings after hours, such as they're going to be. VSCE, which was such a star in the pre-market, has just basically faded all for, once the market opened, has basically faded. Had no shorts for me, Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. CXAI, another challenge at 6, I guess. Must be close or a little pullback. Again, if it can take out 6, then the next high is 663 on the weekly chart. So would still have some room on the weekly chart anyway. Now, Christopher, usually he's here now, must be tied up. I think this is this the one that, is this the buyout, MDIA? No, this is not. Oh, this is the one underneath $1. That's why I just don't. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to $1.18 and right back down to 78 cents. MDIA. Must have had some news, I guess. SGRP. SGRP. Did see this one in the pre-market, but it did, got way up here, 165, pulled all the way back down to 110. Trying to make a move again. Low float, has earnings after hours. Low float, 11.5 million in the float. Lots of volume. Look at the relative volume of 648, and that is this SGRP. And now, so I don't know. Maybe, it was pre-market. Excuse me. I thought that said post-market. So this is actually an earnings play. So reported their financial results. And I do recall reading this, though. Sale of its interest in South Africa and Brazil for roughly $22 million. So that was the initial pop here for SGRP. It is new now, isn't it? I guess Chris must be tied up in support. Normally he's here by now. Meanwhile, CXAI challenging 6 again. And there he is. Hi, Chris. He must have been tied up or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay. I'll just.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Chris is in our YouTube room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour from now. And now I can officially welcome Chris to our YouTube room. How are you?
Oh, busy.
Yeah. I do know. I actually do know. So enough said.
Yes, exactly. So I apologize. I know I like to get here a couple of minutes early, but that was just not going to happen. In fact, I just had to tell this person, sorry, something broke. I'll talk to you
That's
later.
Okay. That's okay, Chris. That's okay.
You head out for your break and we'll get going here.
Okay.
Thanks, Barry.
Bye.
Busy in a little bit. All right, everybody. So happy Monday to you all. As Barry alluded to, I've been a little tied up, and by little I mean a lot. Been a morning here. These things happen. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of perspective on the market, so we'll kind of go over it together. The only thing I know is that the market gapped up in some areas and then has proceeded to sell off since that moment. And SPY's working on its low of the day right now, just off of it. Of course, anybody with questions here, fire those away for me. This is an open forum, open session in regards that I don't have pre-done content or anything that we're specifically going over. Of course, if nobody has questions, I'll do my best to keep it moving and informative pertaining to software and the markets in general. But as I've said a million times, I always feel it's better when you folks are driving the content with questions and comments and direction. Oftentimes, the questions you have are similar or exactly the same as questions other folks have. And we start a good dialogue and a back and forth and that whole vibe of community. And as I always also say, selfishly, it makes me a little better at what I'm doing in general with support when I'm interacting with you folks in that regard. So fire those questions away for me. Please don't sit on them. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. And with that said, while I wait for the first questions, I guess we'll tour around the market or scans, whatever we want to look at here for the moment. So I guess I'll start, why not, with the SPY, everybody's favorite benchmark. And we're just working on grinding away into higher highs all throughout here, essentially. I imagine, we'll get the fear if we don't close up today, or there isn't some recovery at some point. I imagine we'll get the fear mongers out there and in force as usual. And that's not to say that we won't sell off at some point. That point may be starting today for all I know. But what I can say is this, we look at this multi-period low of 20 here. We've got some pretty good steps just really guiding us up right now. And at some point, yes, we're going to step down, and that's going to happen, right? But on the last few calls where the crash was coming here and here and here and here, and that was a good one. We're definitely crashing on that one. That was really awesome. So far, they're 0 for let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 since 6 or 7. They're 0 for 6 or 7 at this point since December of 2023. So not a very good record. 1 for 3 will get you in the Hall of Fame with baseball. Likely it'll get you a margin call in stock trading, and 0 for 7 will certainly have you divorced very quickly. So with that said, we digest and let things form and move along accordingly to what is appropriate with our time frames, trading plan, and risk management. So again, like I said, bit of a move up right off the open. A lot of red bars afterwards here. 5-minute chart, looks a lot different than a 15-minute chart. Of course, there's a 15-minute chart of the SPY going on for today right there. So, match up the starts of the day here, and we can see just the opening green bar, that green bar at the bottom in shadow. And, it's early still. We got 10 minutes for this bar to close, but it's working on a green bar anyways right now. We'll see how that goes. I'd imagine, I haven't looked at it, but I surmise the Qs is going to look more than less the same. Well, a little stronger look from the Qs off the open and then fading, but they're working on some green bars now. Almost, not quite, almost a harami trying to form here on that. And I would say that the Qs running sideways a little more here recently than the SPY. The SPY up a little bit more than the Qs as far as directional movement goes. But again, sky was falling. It's over. Banks are crashing. Load up the basement, all that stuff like that. And well, then we made new all-time highs again. So, make of all those things what you will. Now, I saw some people talking and posting about the small caps over the weekend and that they've been resilient and bounced back off the 200 level on the IWM and has moved up. And so obviously, yes, we're getting a sell-off in the overall market. However, the the IWM here, after coming out like a rocket out of a cannon, like most of the market here to end last year, they had a deeper pullback than the rest of the market. We're back grinding higher again here, and we've got a decent trend line that's kind of holding here. Again, that's not a perfect trend line. There we go. That's a little nicer looking. Don't hold my lack of artistic abilities against me, please. I think I'm trying to illustrate well what we've got going on here. So again, it's nice when you see the small caps participating, and it's not just a few stocks that are leading us along. And it's not just a few stocks that are leading us along. Is the market ripping like it was the end of last year into the beginning of this year? It's not, but it is also, we're not seeing those new lows lists expanding at this point. They've kind of peaked now a couple of months ago. We're also not seeing great expansion on the new highs list. However, it is still outnumbering that new lows list by a little bit. So, again, these are all things to keep in mind. Now, look, if you're just an intraday trader and you're finding what's moving on the day like that, a lot of what I'm talking about isn't going to have a whole lot of bearing on you. To some extent, I suppose, if you're trading intraday trading stocks that are more market connected. If you're trading, for example, your CXAIs, these are the kinds of things that you're trading and you're looking for. I mean, obviously, this thing is just off to the races, and the overall market's having no impact on this whatsoever right now. We were to look through, CERO again. I don't think the overall market's having a whole lot of impact on this. Time will tell if maybe that was the start of the market having a bit of an impact on it because the volume has come down. And so now the overall market's going to weigh on it. Or was it just sellers on this and that's it? It made its move and it's over, and that, again, the overall market doesn't look like it's having really any impact on that, makes its way up and a pullback and makes its way up, what it does from here. Again, anybody's guess is anybody else's, but, is the smart stop built on pattern recognition? No, Nathaniel, it's not. It's built on average true range and volatility are the main factors in that. So I don't know the actual formula is proprietary. It's locked up. I don't even have that, but I just know it has something to do with range, average true range, and volatility essentially, and that's how it's calculated. And then if you're talking about on the daily chart, that's just a swing low of 20 days, the low point in 20 days. So for those that might not know what Nathaniel's talking about, let me put these up on charts for us. It's good to look at what we're talking about, right, Chris? Right, Chris. All right. So he's talking, we got in the intraday charts here, you got the smart level. So this is based on volatility and average true range and average true range. That's for the smart stop. The profit factor side of it is just the smart stop times 2. So there's nothing different really about this except it's whatever the move lower is times 2 to get the move higher for showing a target. Idea behind it is keeping at least a 2-to-1 ratio on wins to losses. If we look at this on a daily chart, a little different. So you see that swing exit instead. Now you do have it, this one here. We also see the swing exit, and that's just the low position over the last 20 days. That's what that is. So that's why you see me with this on my daily charts. It's a multi-period low. If I right click and go to indicators here and we go into edit, you'll see MP low, multi-period low, and I've used 20 for that period. You can find that over here if you wanted to add it. And we also have the multi-period high too. So you want multi-period high or low, you set the period. And I always like the swing exit for whatever reason. For whatever reason, it's worked well for me in my swing trading. Nothing magic about it like any other indicator or pivot line or anything like that. I've just had some success with it over the years, built on that success, and I don't like stuff on my charts. So I wanted to get rid of, I don't like to have these things on my charts. Years ago when I didn't have any sort of trading plan, any risk management, anything like that. Yeah, I like that stuff there then because it put it in my face, made me focus on those things. And every time something went wrong, that was right there staring me in the face saying, hey, you didn't have a risk plan, idiot. So, for a couple of years, they were always there for me. At some point, I started moving away from most moving averages and other indicators. I just price, volume, support, and resistance are really what I'm looking at. And Michael had installed for indicators, multi-period lows and highs. And it meant that I could get away from having this on my daily charts there. I had foregone them for a while on my intraday charts, but still like to see that swing low exit there. And now, like I said, it's there. but in a different way I'm doing that. So we go into properties and get rid of that. You can see that swing low exit's right there for me. It's not necessarily an exit, but I like to, kind of gauge distance off of it, how long it's been running sideways, how many step up, steps down. What do I mean by step up and step down is this. The SPY really illustrates this well. You look at this nice defined set of steps moving up. And I really like that as a momentum indicator. It keeps, now this is subjective for me, a relative healthy distance from it. Sometimes I'm looking at stocks that I like and I'm trying to, play for a pullback. How far do I want to let it pull back before it gets there? Things of that nature that I formulate in there. Is there a way to make your own smart stop so it appears on a chart and has your stop? No, unfortunately not, Nathaniel. Sorry. No, there's nothing. Sorry. I was trying to think if there's some crafty way to do it, but no. Just that it is what it is there. The only things you can add to the charts are the indicators that are within here. That's all that we have there to add to charts. Sorry. I wish I could tell you yes, but unfortunately not. All right. So keep the questions coming. Anybody with questions, please fire those away for me here. Like I said, I'm always a big fan of the questions coming in and that kind of community feeling of discussing and walking through scans, filters, alerts, charts, any of the above, any of that stuff, all as far as I'm concerned, very important, what we're all trying to do here. If nothing else is coming in, I guess, let's start diving around the rest of the market here. Not necessarily the market, but what was coming through my races. I mean, if when chance favors me that I can attempt to day trade, this is my go-to scan. I really haven't been able to day trade much over the last several weeks. It's just a little too busy internally in support and trying to trade things like this while I'm in multiple chats and emails and things like that, and testing with the dev team. It's just not it's not safe to trade like that. So the gambler once was quoted as saying, when to hold them and when to fold them. I'm in a fold mode for day trading, but swing trading, we have a swing traders market more than less. You got to be choosy. It's not, this isn't the market that we saw after, bottoming at the end of October or November and kind of a rocket ship where you can pull pieces out of a Scrabble bag and make money. But, you're choosy. You're also nimble in the sense that knowing that a lot of these moves are a day and a half, 2-day max moves in and out, that kind of stick your orders in your slots based on risk management, both to the inside and outside kind of thing. With that said, though, let's scroll around here, see what kind of alpha we've got going on in the overall market. And again, so we've got our first green bar on the SPY in a while here on 15-minute charts. And we're working on another one here. So it's not been an up day. It's been a gap up and fade day, but CXAI, definitely some alpha there. We'll see what happens moving forward, obviously. CERO, not an easy one. I mean, those topping shadows and bottoming shadows, that's nasty. Those are some nasty moves right there. That's the kind of, if they don't, scare you out, wear you out type of thing where I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. You just get worn out. Like, I can't be in this position anymore. At least that's what happens to me on occasion here. All the same, CERO, on a big float. We'll see what happens here. Obviously, huge volume on Friday, still sizable volume as compared to prior weeks. And we'll see how that shapes up for the rest of the day, if it's going to remain under pressure and continue to fall for a short opportunity, or if it can hold and recover and move back on the high day. MMAT. Let's see. And again, folks, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please. This isn't meant for me to just be talking at you, folks. MMAT. So not quite as nasty as CERO with the topping and bottoming shadows. more on the topping shadow side than the bottoming shadow side, but all the same, that's the kind of stuff that's, oh, it's really making that move. It's going to take off, and then it doesn't, here it comes now, and then it doesn't. Nope, it's crashing, only it's not crashing. And this gets really nasty and tricky, right? Because we could throw some different indicators on here and probably see the same thing. If I put a 10 SMA on here, you're going to find the same thing. But, we get right here and it collapses below this 8 EMA. It collapses below the VWAP. They start to cross on each other here, and that starts to look really bearish. And then all of a sudden, a couple of 5-minute bars later, bang, right back over it. And then a couple of 5-minute bars later, bang, right back under it after bouncing on it, right? And then it really just kind of shoots right back up through it, dancing on the EMA now, and had been previously tap dancing on that VWAP again. So we'll see what happens with it here. Small float, obviously 6 million, and that float's pretty darn small. Plenty of liquidity. Relative volume's really kicking here. Interesting to note, I'm looking at the daily chart here. Obviously, we have this day and this set of days here, and then kind of, move downs, some move downs in volume here, and then it picks up, gets quiet, and picks back up again. So, I see something like that, and I ask myself if there is some other player at the table on this for some reason, a larger institution. I don't know. There's, no way to really know. But one of the things that larger institutions will do is they'll try to stick orders in and around the VWAP for getting themselves filled here. So that's something I would keep in mind, when you start to see these little volume increases. Now, the reason why they do that is because these larger institutions, when they take really big positions, it can take them several days, if not weeks, to scale in and out. They don't move quickly on these, because if they were to just stick in the orders for what they want, they would, influence the price of the stock in a negative way for what they want to be in it, also tipping their hands when they want to, leave those hands hidden for as long as they can before, they have to share for regulation. So anyways, whenever I see something like that, I always consider those things. Robbie Davis, I am using a simulator when I do a manual or entry market. When I try to add stop loss target limits, not fill the order. Why is it doing that? Well, how are you, without knowing exactly what you're doing and how you're adding those? Let me show you how, I would be doing this here. So let me connect to the simulator. There's some simulated positions for me. Oh, I'm getting killed in my simulated positions here. So these are just random positions. I just took them for different testing and stuff like that before anybody wonders what's going on there. So to add a stop or target, what I do is this: right click, add a stop order, 169. I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm far enough away from it that it's not going to just bang on it really fast on me. And if we come to Tesla, there's my stop order. I just put it in, and I can add a target. We'll call it 79. Add it, and there it is right there, like that. So that's how I would be adding stops and targets. I'm not sure exactly how you were doing that, Robbie. I'm trying to pick through my brain and see what's a likely scenario that you could have going on here. Yeah, I can't come up with a specific scenario where you're having that trouble with it coming in here. If you can elaborate on how maybe you're trying to put those in. Trying to use the brackets. I think there was a bracket issue. I'm sorry. There's issues that I report, and I just can't keep up with all the different things here. Give me a second here. Trying to scroll through my notes on things that I've reported recently. And I'm on a version of the software that's several versions updated from you folks that I'm testing. So testing here may not be the best. Okay, yeah, bracket order's not working in simulated trading. Sorry, let me just go over the notes on this. All right, yeah, sorry, bug. All right. So that should be taken care of in our next fix. So I apologize. That's not you. That's us. So yeah, the best option right now is just what I showed you there, and hopefully we'll have that remedied in the not so distant future. Let me see if it's remedied here on this version that I'm on. Let's take 100 shares simulator. Oh, let's add a stop price of, I don't know, 5. Let's add a target of 7. Apply, send. What did I do wrong? May not do that right. Orders. Nope, they're submitted. Not on my charts, but they're submitted. Oh no. That's Tesla. Try something else. Actually, no, let's not try something else. Buy simulator market. And a stop price of 5. Target price of 7. Apply. Enter a valid quantity. All right, it might not be remedied in the version that I'm in right now either, so. Clearly not. All right, you're stuck on that for the moment here. The right click and add the stops afterwards. Let me see something else though. Flatten. Buy. All right, you can create a chart strategy that will have some stops in there auto-populate. So what you could do is this right now, Robbie, if you go to strategies, this is for anybody else, you go to strategies, there's going to be a bunch of like pre-made stuff in here. Ignore the names. The names are irrelevant. It's just ignore them. You can either edit these by right-clicking, go to edit trading strategy, or you can just create a new one. Either way, it's going to give you the same window here. And then, you know, if you're editing it, rename it. If you're creating a new one, name it appropriately. You know, is it long or short? You don't necessarily need to have this entry time and stuff like this. This is going to pertain more to automated trading. But in the order details, you know, how do you want to set the stop loss? Do you want it based on your position sizing, or do you just want it based, you know, or do you want your do you want to just buy a fixed amount of shares or a fixed amount of dollars? All right. Are you going in on a limit or a market order? If you go limit, what's your offset going to be? Please leave the limit reference to last price. Do not try to get crafty with filters. It will not work. Just leave that at last price. And your risk management, then you can then set the stop loss percent or dollars, however you want to set that. Same thing with target. You cannot have a trailing stop and a regular stop loss at the same time. Your broker won't allow you to have it. Therefore, we don't let you have it, right? You can only have one stop. That's how market mechanics work. Just for those that don't know that, I did not know that once upon a time and was like, why can't I have both? And IB told me because you can't have both. And I said, oh, okay, I didn't know. And then hold time. If you want to have a hold time on it, you want to have a time stop, you could do that as well. You don't have to, obviously, but you may want to try that because I know some people want to have the stop populate with the order, and then you could take it and drag it afterwards if you didn't like exactly where that stop landed. So maybe create the strategy so that it's at a distance that it's far enough and you're not getting auto stopped, right? And then you can move that on the chart however you like to have it there. All righty. So that's and the same thing with the target. Right now, because I'm so far away, I can't see the target, but if I scroll, then I can see the target and I can move that around as I need to. Same concept with that. All right, very good, very good. Apologize that we were in the works of fixing that bug that was introduced a few builds ago. Hopefully not too far out before we get that taken care of. And again, folks, with any questions, Robbie, if you have more questions pertaining to that or something I covered didn't make sense or needed me to go into more detail, please let me know. And just anybody else in general, let me know questions. I'm sorry, Alcius, I didn't see your question. Alpha Trend VWAP is not responding even after subscribed. What am I doing wrong? So are you subscribed to the VWAP add-on there, Alcitus? You have to be subscribed to the VWAP add-on. It's not, you don't just get it. It's not included with anything of the software. It's something we licensed from Brian. We licensed / built with him. So you have to have that. If you go live, will the brackets work? I don't believe so right now. You have to add them manually still, just like we went over. Mike C, what's happening? How are you? Do I think CXAI should be a swing? I don't know. I have no opinion on it. I think CXAI should be whatever your trading plan and risk management plan tell you it should be. That's what I would go with. For me personally, it's a long ways to have it, possibly drop on a swing trade, right? Take it here. And it's up over $3.50. This thing could come crashing right back down. Look what it did here. Oh, goodbye. Is it going to do that? I have no idea if it's going to, but I don't like that risk reward scenario at all, right? Where am I putting a swing stop right now? Am I putting it all the way down here? Still a couple of dollars, Am I putting it all the way down here? A few dollars, right? There's no level in between that really makes sense. I guess you could try to make an argument for this level here, but I don't think that's a great case to go all the way back to September to that random spot like that. If we look further back in time, maybe prices touching this more, but all the same, with 13 million in the float and knowing what the stock has done to the downside, my risk plan says no. I don't know what your risk plan says though. And again, keep those questions flowing, And, when I illustrate something like this with CXAI, what I'm hoping is that it gets, everybody thinking about, all right, if I was thinking about taking it as a swing, what is my real risk? Where do I see the risk? Why do I see it there? That's the real big key, right? The second key. First key is, where do I generate ideas from? Hopefully it's the idea generation is coming from this software, trade ideas. But that next part of it is, all right, I'm generating some ideas. How do these ideas fit into what I'm trying to do with my trading plan and risk management? So, all right, then make sure what version of the software are you on? If you have that add-on, you're going to need to be on one of our latest versions here, either the current production or current beta, either one of those. If I have no way to see what version of the software you're currently on right now. So if you can go to on the menu bar, help and about, check what that is. If you need to be on 5.6.70 or 5.6.79. If you're on either one of those, you should have no issues with the channel loading. It should look like this here. Looks like there's nothing in this year-to-date one, but from the big gap, looks good. Daily pinch, you got that. Pullback daily, so on and so forth. So just make sure you're on one of the latest versions, because if you're not, it won't work. That's correct. It won't work. So check that out. And if you need to update, you can do that right here. This will give you. You can update the production or to the beta versions. I would recommend going right to the beta, but entirely up to you. The beta is 5.6.79. The production is 5.6.70. Like I said, either are fine, but I would go to the beta just because. And Bazavi, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm right, but what I'm hoping to get out of that with the CXAI thing is just get you thinking about it a little bit. And now look, someone that might have a, I don't know, let's say someone's got, I'm just using this as an example, but the idea is it's a huge account. Someone's got like a $5 million account, and they have money, they're, quote unquote, comfortable living and all those things like that. And they wanted to take a shot at, I don't know, 200 shares of this as a swing. And they end up taking a $2 loss per share on it. That's not an insane loss percentage wise versus that account. Now, assuming that they're taking that risk based on a solid, risk plan, right? Some people can allocate more and have deeper, longer, further stops than other people, whether it's percent or dollar wise, however they're allocating it. But the person that, let's say they've got and again, I'm just using numbers as an example, people may disagree with these numbers, which is fine. I'm just trying to use them as somewhat ballpark examples. If someone had, a $20,000 account, for example, I feel like risking $2, $3 a share on a $6 stock, that becomes a very high percentage risk in that regard of the allocation like that. That's all. So again, kind of different strokes for different folks. And the idea again is really trying to get everybody thinking about, first, idea generation, second, risk management of the idea generation. Oh, I wouldn't call me a pro. No. I guess on my deathbed, if I made more money in the market than I lost, then I guess people consider me a pro after that. I guess I'll allow for that. Up until then, no, no pro here. I have a passion for whatever reason, I have a passion for charts. It's one of the few things in life that I've ever wow, I really love doing this. And it took me several years before I started having more wins than losses, and I still have plenty of those losses, but they're managed, so that's part of the whole thing here. And then I'll see this if you just check that version of the software you're on and make sure you're on one of those two later versions of the software, or more, I shouldn't say later, recent versions of the software, you should be good to go there and getting that to load. And again, keep firing those questions in for me, please, please, please. All right, no other questions at the moment. So, all right, we'll press on forward here. There's that Matt. Matt, what are you doing, Matt? All right. It's trying to fight its way a little bit back up here. We'll see what happens. Came down. And again, we talked about was tap dancing the VWAP before. Came down, tapped it again. So, remains above that. Got to be able to get back through that here. Just looking at the daily chart, that next level here that we can consider. So the first thing I like to do whenever I'm looking at next levels, let's start with the intraday and how does that transpose with anything else looking left in the past. And we can see it's kind of in line with these bodies here and this back here. So this is just going to be an area of general interest and resistance, but it pokes above that, you're looking up towards that high of 478 there. You can split some hairs. This is 475, that's 478. So likely to find itself battling at those levels too. And another thing I would consider here is not all, but a lot of stocks have personality. Sometimes they'll have personality for a day, a week, a month. Some just have a permanent personality. So something I would consider here is this one has been very toppy, shadowy, right? Some bottom shadows too, obviously, but more to this top side here. You kind of got a Bart Simpson haircut going on here with that thing. So, my Bart Simpson. Anyways, my point being is that should it get up to this way, you got to consider that again. Are we going to see those topping shadows? And do the topping shadows kind of grind along higher with it? Or are the topping shadows showing that it's finding that resistance and it can't break through it? Anyways, I just bringing the MAT up because I saw it coming back across the 10-day daily breakout there on that. CXAI here again, so off that high of the day, kind of battling around this 8 EMA here on a 5-minute chart. So let's see, it looks like on a 3-minute chart. And again, this is why I say there's no magic indicator. This gets and catches that 8 EMA on a 3-minute chart, and it's just kind of bouncing and fighting and bouncing and fighting, and it turns under it. So is it done? I don't know. Nobody knows, right? At this point, can't really know. And it recaptures it and keeps going. Now it's back under it again. So does that mean it's a buying opportunity? Does it mean it's a selling opportunity? Or is it just, I'm not going to touch it kind of opportunity? Again, crystal balls and all that. When I get one, man, that's going to be the best day ever. All right. But with the kidding aside of that, just trying to, illustrate that nothing magic on the indicators that I'm using here. And the same kind of concept here on the 5-minute chart, comes up, starts tapping on that 8 EMA, and then finally breaks below it and then breaks back above it. Now tap dancing on it again. So let's just see how it goes. All right. So we only made it through a couple of those symbols. OUST. Nice grinding move here. Again, some topping shadows, I'd say not quite as nasty as the other ones that we've looked at so far with CERO and MMAT, but all the same, they're there. Now, let's take a look at this side of things. And we got to hit the way back machine to find any kind of resistance on this. It goes without saying, this is, of course, up quite a bit here, almost 20%. Good for just over $1.50. But again, let's draw some lines and take a look at where it was in the past. We got to go all the way back to the first quarter of just about the end of the first quarter of 2023. So almost a year ago, just over a year ago, and then see it climbing the steep hill back that way. So, this is in an area where it could make a more of a breakaway. Obviously it's up quite a bit percentage wise here, but this is one of those ones that, maybe you want to keep an eye on. And as you get maybe a couple of closing candles that come above this, a little sideways action, and if it can hold and the market isn't, rolling over overall, this might be one of those ones to keep an eye on for that here. 950 is obviously a big deal. $10 will be a big deal. Psychological numbers, human beings, numbers, all those things like that. So, without a question, keep that in mind. But it gets and holds above, into that 10 range. It's quite a hill it could climb afterwards. So, for anybody that's looking for a stock to track and some idea generation and maybe setting up some kind of trading plan and paper trading it, right? For those that are looking for a swing trade, this is something, if I see this, on my evening scan over the next, couple of days, this will be something that I start to look into. I'm not going to right now because it's below $10. But if this gets above $10 and we get a little bit of sideways action, I don't know, 4 days, 6 days, 8 days, whatever it is, and we don't see a big sell-off, and obviously this were the market, this will be something I'm interested in for a swing trade. Gonna have to, like I said, capture above 10 and live above that for a little bit here. But, food for thought. Keep it in mind. So that was OUST. Talk to Matt. GUTS. You got to have the guts, right? So oddly enough, or interestingly enough, I should say, something with health. Medical instrument manufacturing. I don't think there's any swing trade thoughts on it. It's a new issue, right? So it was only issued back here in February. Hasn't looked really great since then. Gap down and is trying to recover and get even for the day. It's still down almost 4% though. So anyways, as far as the strength from the open, yeah, it's, got a nice bounce because it gapped down under 6 and has recovered since, now up above 7. Anyways, maybe it closes the gap. Maybe it doesn't. A little bit of room to close the rest of that gap. Not a whole lot though. That's Guts, IRON. Woof. Woof. And this is something that's, talked about a lot. Can never be overstated with bios and pharmaceuticals and things like that. That is not fun to be a part of, speaking from experience. So it can happen with any stock. It could happen with a material stock. It could happen with tech stocks. It could happen with real estate, home builders, communications, any of them, right? Obviously, but it happens more with bios and pharmaceuticals than anything else. So just if you're ever swing trading these, just keep that in mind that these take beyond an empty elevator shaft down. Gapped way down, got itself a recovery, fading, bouncing a little bit more again. Obviously, good amount of shares traded for liquidity and volume and all that. But that's just a disaster, and as someone who's had something similar happen to them, it's not I don't like seeing charts like that. I feel bad for people. And I know it's part of the market and things like that, but I'm a human, and I hate to see anybody have money tied up in this, and it's the risk they took. It's the risk we all take and all that. But I don't ever want to see anybody hurt. That's all. All right, let's continue to move on. When I get a chance, run ORLA. Yeah, let's look at ORLA. ORLA. Type that in right. Did I do that? Yeah. All right. Interesting. So larger float, mining. Gold is broken out to new all-time highs again. Interesting here. Now, one thing is because you're under $5, you're gonna have a under $5 personality of the stock. But with that said, some good moves up here. That slight tick back for a move back up here. I'd be looking at, it's not a small float, so it's not something that's going to be turning on a dime here. It's not likely to. Anything's possible. It also doesn't look like it's at least currently heavily traded, because if it's doing 3 times what it's normally doing to this point on that 30-day ratio, and we're only at 660,000 shares traded, you're not looking at something that's got a ton of liquidity in it. With that said, you don't have a big spread on it, so you don't have to worry about, buying the bottom of a 30-cent spread and sell it, or buying the top of a 30-cent spread and selling the bottom of the 30-cent spread, or something, wacky like that makes it difficult. So you have that, that favorable. But you're at a definitely an inflection point here, right? Was support there, became resistance here, stayed resistance here, and you're there now. So, oversimplify things, which I like to do sometimes. I'd say, above this level, more bullish; below this level, more bearish. And that's what I'd be looking at. I just want to do this as an exercise here, less an exercise than real research. Yeah, I had a feeling if we look further back in time, we'd see that area of interest touched a lot more. So, we get it all through here and then back all through here again before the first spot we saw it here and then here. So this 390 level, which I think is indicative of people maybe anticipating the 4 level, essentially. A big deal. Through there, though, you've got that steep hill to climb. And again, just keep in mind that the steep hill and other steep hills are not all going to be equal, where, we saw the steep hill of, I think it was OUST was almost, a $13 or $14 climb going up it, where this one here is 65 cents, 70 cents. With that said, of course, OUST, we've seen make some big drops and gap downs and things like that on that daily chart, big intraday moves down. We don't see that on this one for the most part. This one it's not moving on percent basis, in dollar amounts, they're quite the same. So it doesn't necessarily make it safer. So I was almost going to say it makes it a safer stock to be in. But I think you understand what for what I'm illustrating more than less here as far as that goes. But, gold in general, GLD here, really broken out here, really broken out here. And anybody that knows me, I've taken my shots at gold over the years. It's not so much as a shot, but what I've always said is I just don't get it. I don't care for jewelry. I have zero intention of buying any of it. Even if I bought jewelry, now what? I look good. My partner looks good, or whatever it is. My daughter looks good. My aunt, if I buy her earrings, she looks good. Like, there's no tangible thing to it where, people are building semiconductors and building tech and AI and things like that. People are building medical devices. People are building factories, things that I can see its direct impact on the economy, versus when you have a well-off economy, something like that is, something you won't, you're spending money on jewelry, and because you're well off, because you can afford these things and so on and so forth. And I know someone is sitting out there going, Yeah, but gold is used in electronics. No, it's not. Stop that right now. You stop that right now. That's all I'll say. Anyways, with that said, that's why I've never been a big gold trader. Will I trade gold related stocks? Yeah, of course. I just not. They don't excite me the way tech or home builders or I cautiously say anything in the medical world. They don't excite me quite the same. Banks excite me more than gold does, and banks are as boring as it gets, quite personally. But boring is not a bad thing in trading. I'm a target for robbery. Yeah, there's not a whole lot here to rob. My refrigerator is usually well stocked, so if you're hungry, definitely, mine might be the refrigerator you want to come after. With all that said, sorry, it becomes a long story long, and I apologize for that. I like my tangents, but ORLA, the miners overall haven't participated the way gold has gone, and GDX, way to look at gold miners here. If we look back, they're not at all-time highs. It's not as healthy looking. So now we ask a question here, the royal we, are they due? Are they due to play catch up? I have no idea, obviously, but it's something I've been thinking about. That's without a question. And again, gold is miners are at an important pivot point right here, bang, bang, bang. And if we get rid of my terrible drawings and we put in a nice straight line here, we already discussed 1, 2, and 3, but how about 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11, right? A lot of times it's coming through this 32 level. Again, we can split hairs. Is it 32.25? At 32 even, 32.40, kind of that spongy zone in there, and where do you find that risk reward allocation on the entry, stop, and so on. But nope, I could see why you like that ORLA. I could see that. I can understand that. Biotechs, those would be exciting, especially holding. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, that's what we just talked about. Was it IRON? Was that it? Yeah. That's real exciting. I wouldn't consider that exciting good, but it's real exciting. Yeah, not a 5-star chef, but a lot of restaurant experience in my life. Career restaurant worker. So, all right. So, just as an update here, I got here and SPY was working on its first green candle in a little bit here. Got a couple in a row. Seems to have stalled out now a little bit. We've got 3 minutes and change before this candle closes here. It looks likely to close red. We'll see what happens from there. But all the same, SPY still, it's dancing at 522 right now. I don't think there's anything too much to get overly excited about to one side or the other, except to say that got a trend that's remained intact. That was not what I wanted to do. I'm not going to try to freehand a trend line right now because I'm not great at that. But, since this breakaway set of gaps here, it's held that trend intact. So let's see what happens as it dances around it. I can almost draw a channel here. I don't know how nice that channel will really look. But let's draw it because why not? Nope. That's not good. Come on. That's a little better. There we go. That's all right. So, let's see what happens with this channel here. Poked its head up, came back down, touched the bottom of it, came back up, touched the top of it, back to the bottom, back to the top. That's, touched the top in other spots too. So just working on this channel since this part of November, whatever that is. Beginning-ish of November. Yeah, I wouldn't go rushing right into that IRON. I hear a shuffle.
Yeah, so you do hear a shuffle. And the reason being is because I'm shuffling.
Oh, okay. Very good.
How's
Is that, are you playing shuffleboard?
No.
Okay. Do people still know what shuffleboard is? Is that a thing still?
I think you got to be 80 years and up, I think.
I loved shuffleboard when I was a kid, just for the
Well, you're talking about shuffleboard at a bar, right?
I sure am. Well, I grew up in bars, so yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that was cool. I mean, with sliding there. It's sort of like in Canada, of course, we're big curlers. I'm not, but
love curling.
Curling, a little bit like curling.
Yeah,
on a board, and yeah, in the bar, and you what was it? You sprinkle? Was it sawdust? No, what was it? You sprinkled?
Yeah, it was sawdust. I think.
Was it sawdust?
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh man, I'll bet that they don't do that anymore. I mean, I bet that bars don't have that anymore.
No, I'd imagine not. Take all the good stuff away, Barry.
Well, they want to have electronics. They want to have you playing some video game or something, instead of
fair enough.
Getting actually actively involved in a tremendous sport.
Yes, of course. Sport. There's nothing says I care about hand-eye coordination than trying to play those kinds of games in a bar.
Oh yeah. No kidding. And you throw that rock right through the end of the board, and
exactly. Or a dart through someone's foot. But anyways,
we've lost 3/4 of our audience now because they have no idea what we're talking about. So
fair enough.
Anyway, okay, my friend. Listen, thanks for taking over for me.
Of course.
Me for the my little 3M long is. Did you see 3M today by any chance?
I did not.
Take a look at 3M. I've played a little bounce from about 92.
Oh, all right. So wow, let's talk about a potential disaster. Well, still disaster du jour for anybody that's been long it.
Yeah, the first news I saw was they've had this overhang for about months now with this forever chemical thing. Wow. And so it said that it's finally behind them, $12.5 billion. I don't think that's the reason though. I think it's because they had a spin-off and their spin-off is not, it's called Solventum or something like that.
Okay.
So their spin-off is I think this is what's causing the issue. But anyway, I don't care right now. All I know is I'm up about $1. We'll see if it can keep.
We got a berry buck.
A berry buck, exactly.
Excellent.
Okay,
excellent.
Chris, I know you can't wait to get back to the sport.
Chomping at the bit.
Yes. Okay. So, thanks again. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care, everybody.
Oops. Okay, I think I've taken over
correctly. You got it. Yeah,
now.
Looks good.
Okay, good. And back in the main room. Okay, so I think we're back and just got to get my music going, and then I'm got everything going again. Just give me one moment. All right. And I guess relatively boring, but I'm willing to see whether or not it can take out that 93. I know it poked its head just a little bit above 93, got up to 93.17. So we're going to see. I just want to see if it can take another attempt to get through 93 and keep running a bit. It's not a rocket ship or anything like that, but hey. And the oust, I mean, I almost got into it, but it just is for me still, it's just a little too erratic. I mean, look what it did. It got over that hump of 940, and then it came right back down to 923. That's the previous 15-minute candle. So I don't know. I just have this problem with these. They're just so choppy. Looking for something with a little more of a trend that's not chopping up and down. I know somebody asked about. I'm sure Chris answered the same way as I would. I think somebody. Who was it? Was it Kay Bear Bezavi? You asked about would it be a swing play? Okay. And I'm sure Chris must have said something like, well, first of all, I mean, it's, understand why it's up. But the other thing is, oh, I'm wrong. I am wrong. I thought this was an earnings play after hours today. So I'm wrong. So I'm not sure how he answered it. I thought it was an earnings play after hours today, but it must have been something else I was looking at. But yeah, I mean, you've got to be awfully careful, of course. I mean, this press release they had. Now, listen, it doesn't mean it's not going to have several days of continuation, but again, a partnership with Google Cloud. I mean, just a great press release. I mean, obviously a great press release. Look at the pre-market action. I actually did my video on this today, but but can we really believe it's going to sustain itself? That's my problem. And it is, let's see, 731 on the weekly, 761. So what did it get you today? Got up to 667, and the high over here is 663. So, I mean, that and then over here could stall it. So, but tremendous volume. I mean, remember, this is a weekly candle, but this is the first day. So, tremendous volume today. Tremendous volume. I mean, astonishing volume. Just doing some very quick math. It's turned the float over about 13 times. Here's the float, 13.29. Divide that into the number of shares is traded, then you get about 13. So it's traded. It's turned the float over 13 times. All right, 3M. Now you're just poking your head above 93 again. Let's see if you have a little bit more of a run in you. What'll get me out completely after is maybe a dip down into the almost now. I'm going to give it a little bit longer. Ken, Ken on the move here. Kenon Holdings. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before. So Ken, oh wow, does it have some halts or something? Those are weird looking gaps on the 15-minute chart. Like this, was this halted before? That's a weird looking 15-minute chart where you've got the price there at 27.86 and then a little gap on the next one. Don't normally see things like that, but oh man, I wish I'd had shorts for DJT. I mean, now it is, it's going the Reddick route. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Hey, we look like we're clearing now. We're clearing that 93 on the 3M. I mentioned guts earlier. It's still down for the day, but it is, it's just been inching. I think I mentioned it right around, I don't know, right around here, the 670 mark, perhaps, maybe the 667 mark. This was an earnings play, and I was saying it's at the high of the day. Still down for the day, down for the day, but it's at the high of the day. So, it's coming back. It's like almost like a bounce play. All right, EFTR. Now we've seen this one quite a bit. Look at this daily chart. Look how choppy this is on the daily chart. So today it is through the 200-day moving average, but the next highs, well, they are far enough away, but boy, it's a choppy guy. That's one reason. 2.5 million in the float. Only traded 240,000 shares, but it is through the 200-day moving average, which is way down here now at 1472. So if there's any news on this one, I don't see any news today on it. All right, I have an alert set for SMXT for some reason. So this was an IPO way back here. I guess on this day made an all-time high up to 1350 or so. On the move here now, guys. SMXT, Solar Max Technology. Man, I haven't seen the solars in play for quite a while now. Let's take a look at TAN, the solar ETF, to see, just in general. Man, I mean, look at the solar just doing nothing. Look how, man, oh man, look at this past few months. Well, this is about 2-3 months right here, just doing absolutely nothing. All right, thank you, William. So William will keep the main room open until 3:55. I'll usually take off at around 3 o'clock now. All right, mentioned this one earlier. This SGRP, it pulled back, little pop now. We saw this one in the pre-market all the way up to 165, and then it pulled all the way back down to almost 1. So kind of lost sight of it, but yeah, I mean, at low float. This has earnings. Okay, this is the reason it's active at all. Look at the volume. Got a big volume bar. This does not trade very much. 525 times normal a day. Okay. And you can just sort of see, look at that volume bar, 9.3 million, and look left on this daily. It's an exponential thing, but you can't even see the volumes here. That's because this one is so dramatically big. No, that's what I wanted to see. So that I was going to say Dow Jones, GJT. keep looking, staring to see when shares have become available. So, well, at least they're being honest. Shares are trading lower after the company said it expects to continue to incur operating losses and negative cash flows from operating activities for the foreseeable future. So there you have it. At least they're being honest. I think everybody knew that ahead of time, but and yeah, so there's another. Yeah, here we go. So had a net loss of 58 million in 2023. It's funny, William. Now, DJT has no shorts well, they used to be short. Well, when it was DWAC, there were always shorts available. Maybe not every single day, but then I'd look, and there'd be like 500,000. So I don't know. I don't know when the shorts will be. It's probably too late. Well, guys, I'm just going to hold on to 3M and see what happens. There's no reason for me to get out. Yeah, I'm not in the oust, but look, oust just made another new high, guys. I'm not in it, but yeah, I just made another new high. How are we doing on that monthly chart? I think looks like 830. I'm sorry, we're above that now, 962. I'm way behind here. So yeah, 1210. Yeah, 1210 is the next high. Next high for oust on the monthly chart. Let me see if I can dig up. If I can find a red line. So there's a red line. So, well, that's through it. Okay. That is through. That was sort of telling us what that high was. Hmm. All right, guys, 118. And I'm not seeing too much else that I really want to get into. I mean, the CXI, if you look at that monthly chart again, that's 808, I believe, is the next high. Yeah, 808 on the monthly chart. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. So you can see on the weekly chart, it is, yeah, it's that same high. All right, so Peter in our YouTube room, I'm totally new to day trading and looking for videos/documentation to better understand long and short. Thank you. Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to direct you to, Peter. If you go to my homepage, oops, I just put my homepage link in, okay? And if you click on that link, you'll be at the top. You'll be at the top here. And you see where it says Trading 101? This is about, I think they're about 38 or 39, 37 to 39. I should know one day, but 37 to 39 videos. And I think they'll be very beneficial. Anybody who's brand new, well, you say new to day trading, but even if you're, I think it's something you probably want to take a look at, because I don't know what sort of, if you're talking about maybe you were like a long-term position trader, I think it'll be beneficial for you to take a look at some of those videos. It's all free. Okay, number one. Now, number two, when you say better understand long and short, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean like long is just, you buy a stock and you hope it goes up and you sell it for a profit. If you short a stock, you hope it goes down and you cover it, whatever you want to call it, for a profit. So I don't know what you mean when you say better understand long. Most people understand long, because most people are know or their experience in the stock market is buying something and they hope it goes up and then they sell at a higher price, right? That's the different. Going short is that you just flip the script. When you short something at a certain price, you just hope it goes down in price, and that's how you make your money. Without getting, into are there shorts available and all those sorts of things. But if you short a stock, you just hope it goes down in price, and that's how you make money. If you go long, hope it goes up, and that's how you make money. I mean, that's a real simplistic way of describing it, but that's really all there is to it. But am I missing something when you say understand long and short? If you're talking about, the mechanics of going short, I mean, I can demonstrate that, but maybe I just need a little more information. Oh, okay. Well, if you're new to trading, period, then when you click on my homepage link, then go to that Trading 101. Okay, there are no real shortcuts to trading. Okay, you have to understand. When you look at a chart, what is it trying to tell you? It's trying to tell you a little story. Okay, these different time frames, trying to they're trying to tell a story. So it would be it's too bewildering unless you know how to read a chart, because I can say, well, this could be a good trade. I'm going to click on NVEI. I click on it and then I make up my mind. Do I like what I see on the chart? And if you have no experience reading a chart, then there's Trade Ideas is a fantastic product, but the reason it's called Trade Ideas is that's what they are. They're ideas. And then you have to, when you click on an idea, you have to know what the chart is trying to tell you. Okay. No, oh, I see. No, no, no. Long or short. No, 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 no. I see what you mean. No, no. It's got nothing to do with the time frame. Zero to do with the time frame. Okay. I could go long. Long is just a term they use when you buy a stock. Okay. Buy a stock and you hope it goes up. I could hold that stock for 10 seconds or I could hold it for 10 years in theory. Okay. And short the same kind of thing. If I short a stock, I hope it goes down. I could be holding it for a minute. I could, if I wanted to, I could hold it for weeks. So it's got nothing to do with the timeline. Okay. Does that help a bit? No problem. That's why I'm here. Most people understand the concept of going long, okay? But let's just do a short right on in the simulator. I'll do a short right in the simulator. Just got to bring it up. Oh, finally. Okay. So this is a window that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? And here's how you can practice trading. Okay. This is a practice using this. It's a simulator, paper trader. And you need to be using our downloadable application. And I'm talking in general, not just to Peter, but anybody who's listening, of course. So you need to be using our downloadable application. This is not available in the web-based version. Trade Ideas, okay? Number one. And in order to load it, you would click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And then something like this will show up. I mean, you might have different column headers and all that, but this is what you should see, and it more than likely will say not connected. Okay. And so now I unfortunately, I'm going to have to move this off because it's going to disappear behind this my layout. If I click on it, but all you have to do is click on Sim underneath the Brokerage Plus. One's live, one says Sim. Okay, paper trader, paper trading. So if I click on Sim, okay, if I click on Sim, notice how this changed from disconnected to simulator. Now, if yours still says account, just click on it and then click on simulator trading default. Now you're in the simulator, okay? Now you can practice trading, okay? And so just to demonstrate the mechanics of going short something, this is something I obviously in the simulator, I held this and it leads me to another something else. I mean, if you take a trade in the simulator and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, so I think I was just demonstrating taking this last week. Got in at 228. It's at 217, down $45 right now. Okay, but so if I want to short something though, now I'm going to have to click on a symbol. Okay, outside because again, if I click on one of these symbols here or anywhere else, I have two other monitors. This window, unfortunately, will disappear behind. So I that's all I'm doing. So if I wanted to, okay, so let's just say I wanted to short CXAI. I clicked on the symbol. It was in one of my other scans, so I clicked on it, and all you do is you just pick how many shares you want to short. You don't have to. You don't have to do it from this drop down. You can put the exact number in. And now I'm going to go in at the bid. Okay, and I click sell and send. Okay, I don't know why I got that. Anyway, so there I am. I'm in a short. 609 was the entry. Okay. Now, what I'm hoping for in this situation is for it to go down in price. Okay, let's say 575. Again, I'm guys. This is just in the simulator. Okay, I'm not doing this for real. I'm just using this as an example. But the way to make money is, of course, if it moves down in price. So it's at 606 right now. I got in at 609. That's why it's saying, I'm up just a little. But if it moves higher than 610, 609, I'll be losing money. Because again, what I'm hoping, what if you short something, you want it to go down in price. And then you just, you saw what I did is I clicked the sell button first. That got me into the short. And then if it went down in price, or if I want to cover it, I mean, obviously, if it moves higher, I want to get out of the trade because I was hoping it would go down. But you just reverse the procedure and you buy it. I know it sounds maybe a little complicated, but that's it. Okay. You sell it first and then you buy it later. And hopefully you're buying it at a lower price. So we'll just see how this works. I can get out of the trade right now if I want to, just by flattening it. And this uses our real-time data. Okay. So if you're still new to trading, you don't have a broker, but you do want to practice trading, you can do so in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. And I can't emphasize enough that you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. So let me get this off. Yeah. So Kay, I can't. I'm in Triple M right now. So I don't make recommendations like that. Any plays you would consider for today, any stock. I'm in Triple M. Explain why I was in Triple M. The other thing I would look at is when you say your breaking out window is swamped, I would need more filters, exactly. So no. It does not. Short. You're still, you don't have, you're not in anything. Before you go long or short, you are not in any trade at all. Okay. When you go long, you're buying the stock and you hope it goes up. So let me just do the flip of that. Okay. Let's take a look at Oust. And if you're new to trading, probably, don't worry about shorting. Okay. It's not that it's difficult, but I for some reason, people have a different, like they can't grasp the concept. But okay, here's Oust. Move it over. So if I want to buy it, again, I'm going to buy 400 shares. I'm going to buy it this time, and I'm going to send it. Now I hope it goes up in price. It's that simple. That's typically what people understand. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up in price, and you sell it at a higher price. My entry is at 950, and I hope it goes higher than 950. And if it does, I get out of the trade. Obviously, I make money. But if it doesn't, I will have a stop. In other words, not every trade is going to work. I have to have a price that I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And that's a lot about money management. So you saw what I did. I just, again, buying a stock is what 99% people probably understand. Shorting a stock is just the reverse. Okay, you just hope, like in your head, buy a stock, hope it goes up, I make money. Short a stock, hope it goes down, and I make money. Okay, it's got nothing to do. You didn't have either of those positions before. You're getting into the positions. Okay, guys, I'm out of the 3M now. Okay, it just broke down a little bit below that 93, so I'm out of the 3M. I may regret it. It may keep running, but I did okay on it. It was nothing. It wasn't a earth-shattering one, but certainly did okay on it. But the minute it took out 93 again, I figured, okay, that's enough for me. And let's see, XLO. I saw XLO just when I was on my break. It was around a 150 mark. Yeah, I did not take it out. So that probably, there's the 200-day also above it, and I could stall it. But Peter, I would absolutely take a look at those videos. Okay, it's all free. The Trading 101. Go to my homepage and take a look at the Trading 101. One of the traders at Trade Ideas put all that together. Okay, there are about 38 videos because I mean, there's no fast track to trading really. Got to have an idea about what chart reading is all about. Miso is starting to make a little bit of a curl here. MESO. Let's take a look at Miso right here. MESO. Little bit of a curl. Where's the VWAP? 644. So it's got to get through that VWAP though. 644 is up here, so that could stall it. Now, if it takes it out, it got to 738 earlier today. So what I'm going to do is I'll put a price alert, maybe around 650. Okay, so I just put that blue line. So if it gets, that would mean that it's above the VWAP, 644. Did you mean spy or spit? Yeah, that's what well, maybe not. Were you talking SPT or were you talking about the spy, William? Yeah, that's what I thought. So we still have a disconnect in the market a little bit. The Dow is down almost 300. NAS is down only 27. So the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. The value stocks are taking a bit of a hit today versus the growth stocks are not as much. And the SPY is, it's down a little. But you can see, since 7 o'clock Eastern time, and kind of steadily down, except for this little 45 minutes jog up. Was that at lunchtime? Yeah, I was at lunchtime. So when I was on my break, yeah, we had a little 45 minutes of up action. Okay, let me see if this really affects. Okay, guys. I just don't really see too much new showing up. So let me take a look at some. Okay, I haven't seen HTCR today. Let's see if it's doing anything interesting. HTCR. No. The TPST, this was when I was just coming off my break, I think. Yeah, the TPST had a move here. This was at 12:30 and the 12:45 candle. And traders are looking at these weeks where one week it got up to 9, and this week almost got up to 10. So I think that's what traders are going to be looking at. So to me, if I can take out 5, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. What did it get to today? Got up to 497. So what I'll do, just put a price alert just over 5 and see if it takes out 5. Again, probably not today, but maybe tomorrow. And if it does, I think traders will look left and start to see, wow, well, it got up to 9 to 10, not that long ago. I don't remember what this news was or if it was news at all. It's a fairly low float, 17 million in the float. This is back in October, so yeah, I can't remember what happened here. All right, guys. Just sorry, I'm just answering an email. Well, I might have got a little not jumpy on the 3M, but you may keep going, guys. 3M may keep going. Should be interesting to see this tomorrow. Steve would say to me, why did you get out? There's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Look how it bumped into it and held. I was going to say, don't tell me it's down to 2053 on the iron. Okay. So this is what you're saying. So this is what William is saying in the room. He's going to get long iron at 32.53. So it's almost there. 32.48. It's almost there. And with a stop at 31.98. Okay, so pretty tight stop, just underneath the 32. So a bon chance, as they say. So you are now almost in that trade. Bit of a spread issue, 32.50, 32.62. So you're probably not in the trade yet. Well, maybe you are now. You're in the trade now, assuming you could get it. I'm not sure what you wanted to get it at. Nicely done. Got to get that spread. This is what I'm talking about. So there's the iron. There's the spread. Starting to tighten. Good one, William. Yeah, 32.80, 32.89. Before it was, look at this. Good one. Really good one. Don't get out yet. You want to get out right now, probably. Of course, I'm just kidding. You were going to do what you're going to do. That this is from Interactor Brokers, okay? The blue screen you see, that was from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. That's Interactor Brokers, time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Very nice. Very, very, very nice, William. Very nice and getting very nice here. Very nice. You see what started to happen? I mean, the bid, there's the ask, and the bid was starting to catch up. Oh, man. Yeah, great. Over 34 now. Well, that's a big hold for you, allowing it to get $1. Well, here's the high in the pre-market was 37.58. Again, if you're wondering why this had the huge drop, it's still down 45%. But this is the reason it plunged. Light sensitivity treatment data confounded due to outsized placebo response. All right, guys, it's 1:47. So I think what I'm going to do right now is go over my homepage one last time. And I do have to type in these promo codes. Actually, I don't have to. Well, I should. Annual set. Give me a moment. All right. Well, it's copying some other things, but that's okay. You get the drift here. Okay, so I put in two promo codes. Okay, one is for a monthly subscription, one is for the annual subscription. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Annual save 25 to get 25% off an annual, monthly 23 to get 23% off the first month only. Meanwhile, guys, TPSC just showed up on the combo scan. Now, this could get interesting. You can see right there that red line. To me, if it gets over 5, like 511, something like that, that could have a late day rip possible. Because I think traders are looking at this 9 to 10 area that it hit. That was the last year, but nonetheless, I think that's probably what they're looking at. So anyway, let me keep going. Because you have to go to my home page. There it goes, guys. Come, okay, TPST. Okay. Clicking on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. So you'll be at the top here. Now, Barry 15, obviously do not use those promo codes or this promo code. If you want 23% off the first month, okay, my machine just kind of a little noisy. You may have heard that. 23% off the first month. Use monthly 23. Okay. I put it in there, monthly 23. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I put it in the wrong area. So let me do it again. Okay, so monthly 23 will get you for 23% off the first month only. Annual 25 will get you 25% off the entire year. All I ask is that you click on my homepage link and you apply those codes here, okay? Obviously, don't use the Barry 15. Okay, so you can use those codes are still alive. This is probably the last day. After that, it'll go to the 15% for each one, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. I was talking about this one before, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, you have to have some basis for understanding how to look at a chart. And I think this will really help. I mean, there are a lot of videos, but it sort of steps you in a progression. Starts off, as basic as you can get. What is a stock? And it proceeds from there. Okay, and it's all free, and it's not third party, so you don't have to worry about giving your address or your email to a third party and getting inundated later on. It's all Michael Noss at Trader Day has put this together. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I don't think it has triggered. Let me just take a quick look. The trade of the week this week is Zeta, ZETA. And the trigger was over 1111. And you can see it never got over 1111. Okay. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. And it may not trigger this week. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So before I look at my scan or I'll show you my scans that I'm currently sharing, again, all I ask is that you click on my homepage link and you use not this code, but those 2 other codes if you're going to take out a monthly or an annual. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for subscriptions taken from within my homepage. And that's what it's all about, okay? Keeping the room free. Now, if you click on my homepage link, and obviously you'd have to be a subscriber, because if you want my scans, here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You can see this halts resumes. It's just gone crazy again today. Now, I'm not sharing this blue screen yet. I'm still waiting for it to, this to be in the production version. I'll explain what I'm talking about. This is the combo scan that I do talk about a lot. And I would also look at the abnormal option activity scan. So I don't have all the scans open, at one time, but I'm sharing a lot of different scans because you might look at this and go gap continuation or reverse. That sounds interesting. Maybe I should load that one and see what it's all about. Okay. So that's why I've got a lot of different scans here that I've created. You can always take a look at them. Now, getting back to this big green screen you see here. So if you have a top list window, this is all this is. It's a top list window. Okay. So I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to uncheck this show tree map. I'm going to uncheck it. So this is what a top list window looks like. This is the grid format. Okay. Now, if you're happy with this presentation of it, okay, that's fine. I think for me personally, though, I would way rather have it presented the other way. So again, if you have a top list window and you right click and then you do not have this option, show tree map, okay, then you must be on the latest beta. Okay. And then when you click on that, this is the presentation. Okay. And in order to have that, all you have to do, click on my homepage link and go up to the download section if you don't have that option and click the beta. Okay. So again, if you have any questions, don't be shy. I'm here to answer questions all day long. So SGRP is an earnings play today, and it is still obviously good, 57%. Be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. See if there's a second and third day continuation off earnings. All right, I got to get rid of this. Oh, look at TPST. I missed it. I was going through my all my stuff, and I missed this. So that was a nice break over 5. Got up to 532. See if it pulls back at all. VWAP is at 471. That would be a pretty big pullback, though. And this is where it came from. Okay, came from the combo scan right there. TPST don't usually get so late. Usually they're in the morning. I'd say usually done by about 11 o'clock. But look at this one, 148 TPST. CNTB. Let's see if this is doing anything interesting. I'm just now starting to look at some of the ones that I haven't looked at today. So yeah, I mean it's got some room on the weekly chart, guys. So 259, 260. Next high in the weekly. It's had a nice had a nice run last week. This is the first day of the week, of course. So it's starting out nicely. Had earnings, obviously had earnings March 28th. You can see that yellow line on the daily chart. That represents an earnings day. So it had earnings on that day, and it's a continuation now. China stock. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys, I'm now back. So I've got about an hour left, guys. 2:02. I'll be taking off at around 3. William will keep the main room open until he says 5 to 4. And before I take off, I will put the main trading room link in the YouTube room. So you guys who are in YouTube, if you still want to talk about trading, you can head over to the main room. And yeah, I should explain that there are two rooms. Okay, one's the YouTube room, and then what I call the main room. The main room has more participation. There are more traders in there, a lot more ideas circulating. Okay, YouTube is fine if you want to stay there, but if you want a little more action, you might want to come into the main trading room. And I will, but it's the same in terms of everybody sees my screen and can hear me. So I mean, it's the same in that respect. That's the link for the main room, as I call it. Well, look at this. 3M still moving. I'm not in it anymore, but creeping up again, just creeping up a little bit again, penny by penny. Nice call, William. Really on the iron. What did you say? You thought maybe it'd see 35, and you are right. It did hit 35. But that might be it. Yeah, I'm just looking here. Yeah, I got up to 35.41. So it's pulled back. Yeah, it's pulled back about a dollar and a half. So that could be it. Mentioned guess earlier, guys. GES. Let's see what it's doing. course, this was an earnings play right here. You can see that yellow line on the daily chart. So that was an earnings play and obviously very successful. Dropped around a little bit, but now a new high up here. That red line is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So that's about 50 cents away. And the big deal about it today, their board approving a $200 million share buyback program, and that is GES, guest. This is an earnings play. I didn't really see it all day. SGML. SGML is an earnings play. And yeah, it has obviously fallen on hard times. $33 down to 10. Trying to come back a little bit. They would probably have to take out 1640 or so to get really to make a dent into this downward trend. So this is the company is indicated that they've filed for Chapter 11 EIGR. Just got hammered down on that news, down 73%. Imagine being in that one. And it's a bio. All right, guys, TPST. Let's see if it has another little run in it. Okay, it had the pretty big pullback. Where's the VWAP? 477. So it did not. It did not get down to the VWAP, and the high got up to what 532. Let's see if it can take that out. I mean, it's all about looking left. The next high is 546. Okay, 546 on the weekly chart. So it's all about looking left. Where could it go before it hits those next highs? And of course, it's a pretty low float, 17 million in the float, 15 times normal volume, 16 times normal volume. And it's actually, and that's why it's showing up on the option scanner guide or on the combo scanner. A little brief explanation about this and why it says Pepe, because Pepe, I don't mind doing it once a week, explaining. So this is the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. I really like these two scans. And this is the abnormal option activity scan, okay? So what I was finding many months ago is that if a stock was in the abnormal option activity and it was in either the breakout or the breakdown, really should pay attention to it. But it was a bit of a hassle to have to, okay, I look at ATOS and I have to scan this list to see if ATOS is here or here. So Pepe came up with the idea of why don't we combine these scans, okay, so that the ones that are common will show up in this scan here. So that is the reason that I call it Pepe, and makes it a lot easier. And that's why TPST. So it's a combination of the 10-day daily breakout. And you can see it is traded so far 2,200 contracts, and that's 2.2 times normal. Okay, so that's why. So it's not only is it trading relative volume, it's trading very abnormally. Okay, so it's got the two things going for it. Okay, it's got the abnormal volume, like the volume, and then it's got its option volume being abnormal. And that is a scan that I am sharing, and it's called the combo scan. If you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and there are two columns of scans, and it's the bottom right scan called the combo scan. And look at TPST go, guys. Man, oh man. I mean, what was that right here? That's 546. So it just has to, I don't know if it's going to get there. I would be taking some off in case that stalls it. But if this gets through 546, look out. Okay, Mike. So yes, if I'll have to put my homepage link in, just give me a moment. Okay. So Mike is asking where the combo scanner is. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you'll be at the top. Scroll down until that center section. Here are my scans. Click here, and again, I have two columns of scans. The bottom right there, combo scan. Okay. Now, if you're just loading it now, anybody loading it right now, you're not going to get all the previous scans of the day. You'll get the last ones, which might be, well, you might get the TPST, but that's it. Okay. But there have been other, you don't get too many alerts from this. And, I was trying to demonstrate the fact that it's a tough bunch of filters. So you're not going to get too many alerts. And I use it like a watch list. Okay. I mean, sometimes, you get an alert and it doesn't necessarily work right off the bat. And so maybe it pulls back to a level. Maybe you like that as more of like a pullback. There's all, but you only have, I mean, listen, this is it. And it's just the way it's color coded is that if it's in brown, it's a suggestion to short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. BFRI guys, BFRI. Yeah, my computer's starting to hum a little bit more right now. I was toying with the idea of doing a reboot, but I only have another 45, so I think I'll just let it go. All right, guys, look at TPST. It just made another new high. TPST just made another new high. Yeah, my computer is starting to get a little noisy. Let me see. It's the reason I don't like to use the HTML charts, even though I don't have a chart up. It seems to cache all the stuff from earlier. Triple M, guys. Man, I wish I were still in it. This one, though, is paying. Look at this go, guys. It's all about looking left. How much room does the stock have to keep going until it hits another high? And again, I'm never saying it's going to get up to these highs, but takes chart resistance out of the equation of why stock may not keep going higher. OUST is still moving. Also, I'm not in that one either. OUST. I'm not in OUST, but it's been very choppy, but the trend is up. Yeah, you might be hearing my computer a lot more now. I don't have noise canceling on at all. It's been pretty good all day without having noise canceling on. So maybe Wiggle Boss's ears are more sensitive. Just out of curiosity, did I get a little less loud just a couple of minutes ago? Or was it the same for you guys? What I did, I turned down the gain on this new computer. Really? The same. Interesting. I turned down the gain on the computer to almost nothing. Really? So nothing changed. Interesting. Well, that means I can turn it almost all the way off, and that should help not to pick up anything. Cool. Okay. Well, that's too bad, Frankie, but that's okay. That's okay. Bottom line is now you're a customer of Trade Ideas, so that's really the bottom line. Wow, I was just still marching higher here. You know, the CXAI could be interesting watching it tomorrow, depending on where it closes. I mean, if it just really pulls back a lot, but right now, it's not too bad. I mean, it's up. The high was 666, which was this high right here, 663 approximately. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow with it. See if it's just a bunch of fluff. Oops. Okay, guys. Well, just waiting to see how much further this TPST can go. Yeah, see, some people can hear that in the background, right? My computer is, I mean, it's gotten noisy, and some can't. Oh, you did hear the last one. Okay. Yeah, and that's just because of the HTML charts that I had earlier. And they did, wow, come on, TPST. I don't know where you're going, but I'm hanging on with you. Yeah, I could do a reboot now, guys, but I'm not going to. It's 2:30, so or almost 2:30. Though, just out of curiosity, I think I will, just for fun. I want to see what happens. So you're going to lose my. But I'll reload. Now you're really going to hear it. I'll just mute it. All right. The only reason I don't like to reboot, I mean, it's not that big a deal. You saw it only takes like, 30 seconds. Is because then I lose everything that I had before. Yeah, I could do a history, but that's the reason I don't like to do the reboot. I just now I only see the last ones and like to see them all. Boy, oh boy, this TPST guys, I mean, and the 17 million in the float, 21 times normal volume. Don't know if there's any news on this one, TPST. I don't know if there's any news, not that I can see. Now, it was a good exit then on the iron. I mean, it got over 35, but now is dropping. So could have gone both ways on this one. You're going to hear something now, guys. I'm loading. You know what? Just mute myself. Some of my thumbnail charts. Triple M, if you're still in it, still looks pretty good. I am not in it. OUST looks pretty good. I never got in it, but it looks pretty good. OUST. TPST, I am in that one. It looks still pretty good. Okay, let's take a look at ALLY. William is saying a small drop. No news yet. ALLY. Yeah, well, yeah, no news yet that I can see either. Big area for to try to hold would be around 39. If it takes out 39, look out below. 37.78 is the next low. So as earnings, well, you know what, guys, man, I didn't really see a huge tail off on earnings, to be honest, this time. But Alcoa, Alcoa releases on the 17th, so about 2.5 weeks from now. Before then, of course, the banks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. So we're coming into earnings season again, which is a good thing. Let me just see. I hope we're having our contest. I think what they're trying to do, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, if they're going to be successful at doing it, they're trying to make it so the web-based version you can trade from there, as opposed to having to have the downloadable application. So you can actually have access to a form of brokerage plus anyway, in the web-based version to do the trades. All right, guys. Well, out of the TPST now. I'm out of everything. Well, that's all I had. So I'm out of the TPST. Got up to the 570, started to drop. That was enough for me. Boy, I wish I were still in the triple M though. This looks like it's just going to, keep inching its way up. But yeah, I mean, it got up to 570, 572, and then a big giant red candle. As it was starting to move down, that was my exit. All right, guys. So it is now 2:33. So I've got another little less than half an hour left. So good time to ask questions if you have any. A promo of the 23% off the monthly and 25% off the annual. Pretty sure it's going to be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. I know it happens every now and then. They extend it one day. DTI. Let's take a look at DTI, Drilling Tools International. Ah, what an ugly looking daily chart. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. But today it's having a day. So well, it's having a 15 minutes. Look at DTI. This is all really on this 15-minute candle right here. For whatever reason, a lot of volume coming in. It does not trade very much. 187,000 shares right now, but that is 7.6 times normal. Doesn't trade options at all. So somebody's getting excited about this, but look at this. Look at this. 345 and a pull right back down to 320. And that's all, the volume just wasn't, in my opinion anyway, not enough to sustain a move like that and keep it. Let's take a look at miso right now. Miso is breaking down, and I don't know if there are any shorts available. Not for me anyway, but miso is breaking down. All this little congestion. Now it's starting to really break down here. The next low is 579. If it get break through that, you're looking at around the 536 mark. If you're looking to maybe take a short of something, miso, MESO. I can't because there are no shorts available. Now look at this AMC, another new low. Wow. Remember, that's like a 32-cent stock. Remember, they did a 1 for 10 forward split. And so this is like a 32-cent stock before they did that. Oh, that's right. Well, another financing, $250 million financing, which was announced on Thursday. That'll do it, and they can keep doing it. I mean, that's the thing. They can keep doing it. I think this might be the third one. I think the first one was last September, and I think they did one after that, and now this one. All right, guys. So I had maybe a 99% certainty that we will be having another contest this week or this month. I missed not having one last month. We had one, I think, the 4 previous months, and it looks like it's going to start April 23rd to. Well, let me check those dates. That must be a Wednesday to Friday. April 23rd to. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder why they would do it 23rd to the 25th, which is Tuesday to Thursday. But anyway, so it does look like there's going to be a contest this week or this month, guys. And once I have probably know tomorrow during the marketing meetings that I don't attend anymore, but I get all the news. So probably know tomorrow. You know, believe it or not, I mean, the Triple M probably could have turned into my best trade of the day. I mean, best in terms of anxiety. I mean, this just inch by inch by inch by inch by inch. No real, I mean, I just got a little jumpy when it took out 33. But I mean, wow. I mean, that just once it got to this level, not 33, but 93. But once it got to this level here, this 92 level, I mean, it's just been pretty consistently moving higher. This oust, what happens if it does take out 10? I mean, that's a pretty significant number, psychological number to take out. Yeah. 1210 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, and that was that was about a year ago, a little over a year ago, last March. So last March, it's approaching those highs now, 1210 for OUST. Well, you're right. I'm not in it anymore, but you are absolutely right. TPST got down to 540 and then it popped right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but that's okay. I mean, that was a big pullback. I mean, all the way, if you have any sort of a stop, you'd be out of the trade. I don't think it's Fed tomorrow. I mean, we just had the Fed last week, right? So I don't think it's Fed tomorrow, but I may be wrong. Boy, oust guy. No, no Steve Jobs either. Yeah, no. Yeah, the jobs report normally. Yeah, I thought they were on Tuesdays, but anyway, I don't know. We'll know tomorrow, of course. I'll have my economic calendar that I put in the room. May 1st. Okay. Wow. So it's a whole month off. Man, guys, MMM guys, now $2 from that 92 break, 94 now. I'm going to try something here. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to refresh. I'll be right back, though. All right, this is a test now. This is again, I've got a new speaker, a new mic, okay? And I'm wondering maybe this new mic, maybe I can use Crisp with it. And so I don't know if you can hear me knocking on the on my desk. I might try it tomorrow with Crisp just to see. No knocking. Wow. Okay. So we're going to see. You know, the problem with Crisp using Crisp before was it was really degrading the mic. So I'll see if I can use Crisp with this new mic and there's no degradation and my computer doesn't go crazy. Well, maybe we've got the winner. Cool. In YouTube, you'll hear it. Okay, I would have to do a reboot of YouTube, or a reboot of YouTube, a reboot of YouTube. So I'm not going to do that. But it was simple enough to do a refresh in the main room. Okay, cool. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, Ouse now $10. Man, oh man. Remember, 12 something is the next high on the monthly chart. I don't know what it is on the weekly. Probably the same month. I'm sure it'll be the same month, which is about a year ago. Well, it would have to be. Yeah, that month right here would probably have a week, obviously a weekly high also somewhere. And that month being about a year ago for Oust. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:48. So another 12 minutes or so for me. Any last minute questions? And the sound is the same, right? I just want to make sure that Chris has not degraded the sound at all. It is exactly the same. Okay, perfect. Okay. I know I dwell on it, guys, but I'm trying to I want to get this completely and utterly fixed. NXL. This is what the heck do they do? So NXL, this on a monthly chart. Let me get back to a weekly chart for NXL. A dweller. See, my computer went crazy and you probably didn't hear it. So NXL, last week's high, so it's above last week's high. So on the monthly chart, the next high is about 242 for NXL. Yeah, I'm generally buying around the high of the day or the low of the day. Yes, it works well for me. But I'm as always, Ash. I'm looking left to see where the next high or low is if I'm shorting or going long or shorting. So I have to see I have enough room. But yeah, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Witness MMM. I mean, I wish I were still in it, obviously, but right there, this little. I was looking at these highs in the pre-market, right around that 92 mark. So that's the highs in the pre-market. It got me in it. Just didn't stick with it, unfortunately. But yes, that's my style of trading. All right, guys. Well, 2:52. Any last minute questions? Correct. Well, I mean, in general, yes, in general, Ash. If something is at the low of the day and I like what I see looking left, there's still room for it to keep moving down before it hits the next low on a daily or a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean it's typically what I'm looking at. I'm not a great bounce player. Now, I don't consider this one being a bounce play so much, the Triple M. I mean, I suppose I could classify it. More of a bounce play would be down here, and I'm just not good enough to figure out, is that the low of the day? But I'd rather see it break a little consolidation area that I was looking at in the pre-market. And that for me, that seemed to be a good setup. No problem. No, it does that. Even the CXAI, I mean, I mean, it's just sort of hanging around this six level. I mean, it's not great looking on a 15-minute chart with the topping tails and the bottoming tails, but, I mean, if it can get through the 630 odd, I mean, it might have a shot at the high and then, but, that monthly high seems to have stopped it for a bit anyway. 667, as we said before, and there's at 650. No, I have to look at a weekly high. Yeah, so that weekly high, 663, that seems to have stopped it for a while anyway. Okay, everybody, I think I will take off now. I don't see any other questions. Before I do go, though, in the YouTube room, I will put the link to get into the main room if you want to keep talking about trading. So there's a link to get into the trading room and support. Okay. William will keep that room open until he says 3:55. So about another hour. And that'll be it for me. So thanks a lot for all the help, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Okay, YouTubers. So now it's your turn to get shut down. Okay, so I'm ending the stream in YouTube now.